One, two, three, and the fourth one's in there. Okay. The dailies first.
Order guide you. Gather. Stabilize.
Illusion shattered.
Don't blink. Speed of light. Hey! Nowhere to hide.
There is no escape.
So far, so good. So I think today I'm gonna do more of these stories. Once I've done my dailies. Fighting evil, huh?
Gather. This is order.
Cut to the chase.
And dead. Oh, you're still alive though.
Incoming. Hey! Speed of light.
Solidify.
Incoming.
Gather.
Have Uh-oh.
Order guide you. Solidify.
Become stone.
Illusion shattered.
Nope, wrong thing. Not the food one, huh? Which one is it? Shield. Yep. I'm going back out there then. I had a feeling where I've always just been.
Shine down! Torn to oblivion!
Thank you. Side, isn't it? Down here. Well, we'll destroy it in the next day. We pull on this banner, or do we save?
Ad Astra Abyssosk.
I think I will save because I know what's coming
Thank you
next.
for completing today's commissions. Here is your reward. Ad Astra Abyssosk.
And I want who's coming next. Increase a lot of capital to your dreams. I mean, I don't even mess with that thing properly yet. Who was it next? Guess we'll do this one.
Come on, serious suggestions, please. I'm not trying to write a thriller here. It's supposed to be an essay, you understand? An essay! That means facts and logic.
Yo, mouse, do you want to wait for me?
Well, if it's facts and logic you're after, you shot yourself in the foot with your choice of research topic, didn't you? The Tataris Suna mystery. When so much remains unexplained, there's little to be objective about. Unless, of course, you restrict yourself to textual criticism.
Yeah, well, this is my teacher's area of research. I can't change that. But it's fascinating enough without having to sensationalize it, don't you think? The strange location, the missing details, a mysterious person. I want to write my essay on something interesting, and I'm interested in getting to the bottom of all this. That's the only reason I came to you.
Yes, you came to me, so all the more reason to take my advice. The fact is, it's the dramatization that will make people want to read it. There's no getting around that.
Okay, but...
Did one of them just mention Tatarasuna? But that's all the way in Inazuma! Is it just Paimon, or is it kinda unusual for someone in Sumeru to want to write a paper about that? Everyone here is just going about their business. Maybe it really is just Paimon. Guess people here are free to research pretty much anything.
Still, let's go listen in.
Great! Let's go find out what this Tatarasuna mystery is all about.
Alright, I guess I'll go with my textual criticism and your editorial direction for the first draft. I have a feeling that the missing Kabuki Mono will end up being the main focus of this paper. If only we knew where to find that traveler. From what they say about her, this seems like the kind of thing she'd know about.
Good for me. If you're looking for the traveler, that's me.
Oh, you're the traveler, you say?
Hey, what's with that face? Don't believe us?
If you don't believe me, I'll go.
No, of course I believe you. Actually, I first heard about your great exploits when I was still in Inazuma. This is my first time coming face to face with you and your mysterious silver-haired companion. I couldn't believe my luck, and out of force of habit, I started... examining the evidence. Sorry.
Oh, Sawada, for the love of... Sorry, we don't get out much, so our social skills are kinda lacking. Traveler, I hear you've helped many people a great deal and been to many places. Would you be able to tell us about Tatarasuna?
Actually, we don't know much about that place either. In fact, we only came over here because we heard you talking about it and wanted to learn more.
I see.
Sorry, can't help this time.
My teacher chose this area of research as a personal challenge. He said it's difficult to get into because even Inazumans don't know much about Tatarasuna's past. But who'd have thought that...
That was an interesting cut.
If you don't mind, I'd love to show you all my outline for the book I'm writing about Tatarasuna.
Hold on, Sawada. Don't you think that's a bit of a deep dive for a first read?
Oh, come on, dog. Be nice.
Well, fair point. In that case, please ease yourselves in gently by taking a look at Akaba's latest essay draft.
Let me give you some background. This all started with the discovery of some records in Tatarasuna. The writings mentioned someone by the name of Mikoshi Nagamasa, who crafted a fine blade.
Okay.
But in the end, he threw it into a fire to destroy it, and killed his servant Katsuragi. Why? Well, no one knows. Apart from the swordmaker, his servant, and the one who wrote this all down, the records also mention a kabuki mono. This seems to be an Inazuman word for an eccentric stranger, someone who dresses funny or acts in an unusual way.
That's right. Akaba's teacher has spent quite some time researching these events on the ground. This kabuki mono lived in Tatarasuna for a while before disappearing without a trace. And shortly afterwards, as Akaba mentioned, things got pretty ugly.
So first this strange person goes missing, then a murder happens? Seems kinda fishy to Paimon.
Yes, my thoughts exactly. So I helped out too. I asked everyone I could think of if they knew anything about what happened back then. And wow! Did I get lucky!
Stop shouting!
This part's important. I just wanted to make it stand out. It just so happens that a friend of mine works at the government records office. He looked into it for me, and I can now confirm that all the aforementioned individuals did, in fact, live in Inazuma over 400 years ago. Even back then, Tatara Suna was already at the center of Inazuma's smelting industry. The man in charge was a government official named Niwa. Curiously enough, it seems like he went missing too.
Could it be?
Wait, so there are 2 missing people in the story now?
That's right! What's more, Niwa is a name with a lot of history to it. Have you ever heard of the great swordsmith clans of Inazuma?
Yes.
Oh, the swordsmiths? Yeah, like Ishin art and so on?
Wow, yes. You really know your stuff. That makes things easier. So basically, this Niwa was a distant relative of the Kaidahara clan, the last practitioners of Ishin art. Something then seems to have happened in the Kaidahara clan, leading to their downfall. I don't know the details, but taken in light of everything else going on around that time, it makes you wonder whether it's all connected somehow.
The Kaidahara clan?
Sawada, you left out the biggest detail of all.
There's more?
Oh, yes, of course. How could I forget? Brace your minds, ladies and gents, for they are about to be blown. Or maybe you won't believe your ears. I wouldn't blame you, of course, because in all my years as a writer, this is by far the most.
Get to the point, for Pete's sake.
According to information acquired by Akaba's teacher, the Kabuki Mono was not a human, but a puppet.
You don't say.
A puppet?
The Shogun puppet the Electro Archon made would be ruling Inazuma with her as we speak. Couldn't be her. The Kabuki Mono has to be the balladeer. But what was he doing 400 years ago in... I said it like 4 times and I still can't say it. Tarasuna?
Aha! Judging by the looks on your faces, you do know something after all.
Glare out Paimon and how she keeps her mouth shut.
No! Paimon just meant, how creepy. The way you described it makes it sound like a ghost story.
I agree, it does. But considering that non-human races in Inazuma are by no means uncommon, spooky events are to be expected. And that's exactly what my book is about. Please, take a look.
Oh boy. We're at the Tarasuna and around 3 in the afternoon. From far away he spies labourers walking along the mountain roads towards the factories. The shoes scuffing along the jittering stones. They walked like people convinced. Try it again. They walked like people convinced that so long as they reached the fire raging in the mountain's belly, they might extract the gems beyond price. The mood that's... Try it again. The mood that sight... At the sight, even. The move that the sight inspired was ineffable, I believe, beyond mere description. For those not present to witness it. The man barked a cheerful greeting and sprinted to join the procession. There a towering character stood, half a head taller, and greeted him with a heavy slap on his back, and yet his words were filled with respect. Do my eyes deceive me, sir? Not gonna try it. Miyazaki, I believe? I cannot think that the return trip here from Inazuma City could have been so easy on you. Miyazaki smiled, and the young man talking at the... Try it again. Miyazaki smiled like a young man talking the first steps on their journey. Expression relaxed. Why Karasugi, I can never do these names. Inazuma is the realm of the almighty Shogun. I sailed upon the fastest ship, strode upon the swiftest seas. What dangers could I have possibly faced? Oh boy, there's a lot here, isn't there? And what about good news? Was there some? Naturally, the two burst in uproarious laughter. Roughhousing the other workers until the path's end. A man dressed in a linen shirt, wearing a headscarf, gazed into the dancing flames of the furnace before him. Now the flames of the forge are unlike any other for their intensity, affects the resulting integrity of both metal and blade. So too was the flame watcher, an unusual individual. His fingertips sat a lizard. Try it again. His fingertips sat a lizard on the face as he wore a smile. Okay, that's a weird expression. The workshop was huge, the furnace was deeper within. A reasonable person might think there should have been many working alongside the watcher, yet he stood alone. Only when not her name. Katsuragi, I think that's it, Katsuragi, and Miyazaki strode into the room did the watcher turn. The watcher was Niwa, the armory officer and the administrator of Tarasuzuna? Can't say it. Born of the Niwa clan, which served one of the 3 pillars of the Ishin art. Niwa never argued with his siblings and was a worthy successor by all accounts. The post he received was a result of a high-standing power that served the statement unto itself. Miyazaki handed the well-bundled text to Niwa as he adjusted his expression and said, "It is as you have said, sir. The elders of your clan in the city do not think highly of our plan, yet still believe it to be worth a try. As such, I have found the proper vendors and procured the materials you have requested." Niwa studied the text and nodded. "We should try some of those new forging techniques, whether Kadehara says yay or nay." Katsuragi frowned with a sigh and said, "Forging is a precise and difficult undertaking, you know that better than most, sirs. And still, you seek improvement each day with a terrifying drive. Ah, should my Lord Nagamasa hear this, the sound of his face shall be hard to miss." Niwa smiled, replying, "And how goes the forging of your great lord's blade, Katsuragi?" Katsuragi neither wanted to shame his master nor lie to his two friends. Blech. And yet he could not think of any way to deflect. And so growled, "I see your ears are as keen as your hands, Sir Niwa. The jokes of us unlearned men are nothing before you." Miyazaki hid his grin upon hearing this. Niwa realized the lizard from his hand. Niwa released the lizard from his hand into Katsuragi's palm. But more than just words were to be exchanged. Someone came walking nearby, their footsteps light with a celerity of youth. The head that peeked around and in the light of the fires looked like a, well... Yes, Stitch? Okay, weird dog. Light of fires looked around the oiled jewel. The young man placed some box of the food outside and was nodding, prepared to leave. Katsuragi called out to him, "What about your share? Aren't you going to eat it?" The young man, upon hearing the words, found himself slightly at a loss. After a while he answered, "Very well, I'll try it." "You're welcome to the food. We all eat the same fare after all," Niwa said. The man nodded and left, seemingly deep in thought. Extract 2. The Kabuki Mono was on the coast. The sunset fell to the accomplishment of darkness, and the bands of twilight showed themselves not all over the place. Did thunderclouds roil and grumble, the omens of a coming rainstorm. Darkness filled the flesh of the sea and the dusk of blade. To the clouds, this is a mouthful. I've lost where I was now. Darkness filled the flesh of the sea, and the dusk blade the clouds to kneel upon the land. It's supplication? That's mirroring the Kabukimono with knees bent, face pointed towards the waters. None passed that way, and none knew what was waiting for them in silence. Time passed unmeasured and uncounted, till a black cloud suddenly tore free from the sky and began to circle the Kabukimono, bearing down on him like a nightmare. Though he was not aware at first, after his studying gaze refined by time, he understood this cloud had marked him from the very start. Outbound, a fishing boat drew near, the lights of its bow flickering in and out of the sight beneath the sheets of the rain. Okay, Stitch, lie down now. A mist unspooled across the area, stealing the sight of the fisherman. Repeatedly he exclaimed, "It is but dusk. How are my eyes darkened? Is there anyone that can deliver my boat upon safe tides?" Like a falling spear, the black cloud reached to the bottom of the boat and was joined by a breath of direction, like a charging beast. They all plunged into the shoreline. Scant steps away, Kabukimono stood idle, slanting his head to a sturdy and grand wreck. Not but half an arm was left of the one who cried for help, and with a plop it landed at the Kabukimono's feet. He crouched to better study the object, straining the urge to bite out of it. Yet he did not, for dark clouds swirling down had already picked the remnants of the ship clean. The Kabukimono stared at it blankly, like awakening a dreamer. When he returned to himself, the clouds had scattered as if they'd never been there at all. As for the ship, could it have been struck down by the storm? Who was to know? Not the Kabukimono. Extract free. Katsurugi rushed to the doorway and shouted, "My lord, things go ill at the furnace. I have searched for Sir Niwa, but there's no trace of him. And much time has passed since Sir Miyazaki left to seek aid. But he has yet to send us an missive. Look." Mirsky Natsumi, I cannot say that. Nagamasa turned slowly to face the gravers attending the funeral. He spoke, and his words heavy laden. "I wish not to say such words, Katsuragi. Sir Miyazaki may never return." Katsurugi peered at Nagamasa's broad, stiff shoulders beyond the windows. The clouds boil in the waves of black, as if the darkness now was only weather, and might morph into an abyssal beast and devour the Tarasuna whole. Over 10 people had already perished. That was why. Katsuragi recoiled as if struck. Yes, it was coming back to him now, in the dibs and drabs. That was why they set out to seek aid. Miyazaki was the first to set sail. The clouds had only begun to form then, travelling the Tarasuma to Inazuma to ask for support. It was normally no great feat. Go back. Second. When was it? Okay, back again? Now, where the heck was I? We're stopping popping in, I guess. Over 10 people had already perished. That was why Katsurugi's quality was struck. Yes, it was coming back to him now, in the drips and drabs, do you remember this? That was why they set out to seek aid. Katsuragi had been the first to set sail. The clouds had only just begun to form then. Travelling the Tarasuna to Inazuma to ask for support was normal, no great feat, and yet there had been no signs of his return. Then a second ship was sent, followed by a third and a fourth. So the Kabukimono himself had departed upon the tides, under the foul skies and the ominous fortunes. It had been Katsuragi who had been brought back to him and treated him as his own, and painted him greatly to see the light. It pained him greatly to see the light go. Yet the situation of the Tarasuna, cannot say it. Tarasuna? Yeah, that's it. Was severe. Even should they sacrifice more lives, it would have been at a great worth. Try it again. Even had they sacrificed more lives, it would have been worth it to gain assistance from Inazuma City. Niwa was gone, and none could find him. Afterwards, Nagamasa led a search party through the mountains of the area around the furnace, all to no avail. Folk began to wonder if Niwa had encountered an accident, but the worry soon turned to suspicion, and wondered if he had fled unwilling to bear the sin caused by the incidents. People grew more suspicious, and Nagamasa himself strained against his discontent and fury. His face had grown to resemble the rumbling clouds above. Suddenly a figure flashed by. Their presence did not go unnoticed by Nagamasa. He drew his blade and cut through and only nicked the silken veil of the intruder that the intruder wore. For a moment they swayed, and then, like a marionette, pulled by strings, they moved behind Nagamasa, laughing darkly. "Are you seeking someone, my lord? Niwa, perhaps?" Nagamasa bellowed in fury. "You dare address Niwa directly?" Yet the figure parted, like mist before a falling blade, and only to rematerialize, beyond reach, but not beyond sight. A ghastly apparition indeed. "Was it you who slew my people?" Nagamasa howled as he charged, held back by Oni Katsuragi's desperate grip. His senses returned to him. He realized he was an inch from falling into the furnace. Since the rest of the work remains unfinished from the existing text, however, it is apparent that the novel is a fantastical colour of sensibilities born of an imagination, well utilised.
Oh, and please read my essay draft as well.
Oh god. Details beyond... Try that again. Details. This text belongs to a series of works sponsored by Vahuma's Veilcutter project. Is yet to be numbered. Author Akawura. Astrike, the Tarasuna area has always been a major pillar of Inazuma's mything industry. 2 incidents have occurred here, and details beyond the first vague at best. I believe, however, that there might be a hidden history behind the events that transpired. Hence this paper is an attempt to analyze what may have unfolded from the available data. The glossary of the Tarasuna area, Raiden Goken, Mika Nagamasa, and Kabukimono. An introduction on the paper expands the work of the mentor, Mr. Rumi, in his report on the happily hidden tales of the Tarasuma, and is intended to be further this avenue of research. According to the data, the blade forging techniques of Inazuma were originally handed down by the Electro Archon, also known as the Raiden Shogun. Using the arts they inherited from the Archon, the people of Inazuma devoted themselves to the process of forging. However, strange rumors that do not quite fit the steely nature of the metalwork yet linger about the Tarasuna, which was believed to be the pillar of the forging industry. There was Mikoshi, the Niwa clans, along with the eccentric puppet, serves the 3 windows of insight to investigate the truth beyond what happened. But the strange notes of the Tarasuna area and their continents are as follows. Perhaps I overstepped, but I think that Sir Nagamasa's mood grows better when he forges blades. The obsession of the The obsession to cleanse the stain of the name Mikoshi must eat at him. Also, Sir Katsuragi discovered a nameless eccentric while patrolling the Nazuchi beach. To the inspector brought a certain number of jade steel ingots. Sir Katsuragi discovered the matters of the smithing deep into the night. Right again. Sir Katsuragi discussed matters of smithing deep into the night with the Viceroy officer. 3. We at last made the single Nagamaki and called it the Daitaratar. Nagamasa, the inspector, was in high spirits and said that the Viceroy, Armadillo Viceroy officer, Nozuma, was taken by the beauty of the... Yep, that drew a picture of it. I'm not trying to say that again. And performed a sword dance with the wandering eccentric. For we could not find that eccentric, the inspector flew into a rage and slashed at Katsuragi. The blade cut deep into the flesh, cast by his own Nagamaki into the furnace of the flame. Nozo could not abide by that order and drew a completely melted weapon out of the furnace. He was horribly burned. Nozuma died that night. I dare say that Sir Katsuragi may have committed malefice. I never heard that word before. Malefice. Committed a malefice in... I don't want to say that. It was out of the goodness of his heart. Kinjiro explained the market. Yay, names. Kinjiro hid the Nagamaki and the Inazuman drawn in the arsenal. Nagamasa was harsh, but is also known to do right from wrong. But even now he is not amenable to reason. His name indicates one obsessed with purity. Still, I believe some households of the Tarasuma would not be blinded by the matter of Nagamasa's mother, Shino. We must trust him. I also remain unwilling to forget the joy of creating the Daitara, that did the sword, right, with him, and the joy of watching the nameless eccentric perform the sword dance with Katsuragi. Before we withdrew, we should have divided the arsenal key into 3 parts, one for the inspector, one for the armory officer, and one to be left in the Tarasuna itself to prevent theft. But we were in too much of a hurry, and neither the inspector or the army officer could be found, so I was bold to hide the 3 pieces within the treasure chests of the Tarasuna. The 7 notes mentioned prior are scattered across the Tarasuna area. Among the 7 notes, 6 seem to be good physical integrity. They all look quite old, and the last one looks more recent. I believe the first 6 notes are of different time periods through the gulf of the years that needs to be verified. The contents of the first 6 should also be related to each other, as incidents mentioned are quite consistent with one another. Rumi mentioned in the happily hidden tales of the Tarasuna, hereby known as the Hidden Tales. In that past, researchers from Sumeru investigated the cultural histories of the Tarasuna and Inazuma. That their place had fallen into some degree of disrepair since the Hidden Tales were written. Things have improved since the time I wrote the original article. Regardless, what used to be an area of major industry remains a place of most inhospitable, and residents of the Tarasuna may be found among the living, dwelling in the waters of the residents. When questioned, told researchers of Tarasuna's golden age, centuries ago it was administered by an army officer Niwa and the Viceroy Miyazaki. The inspector Mikoshi Nagamasa, yet the elders among the locals with deeper ties to the region all seemed to stress that there were in fact strange rumors around their homeland in the past. A great many rumors revolved around the yokai who are also very characteristic of Inazuman folklore histories. Very small number of, however, have mentioned the word puppet. It should be known that the puppets are neither traditional nor common yokai in Inazuma. Words. This fact drew the attention of the researchers and delved further. And eventually, the following pieces of information came to light. Puppet did once appear in the Terasuna. It was visaged with elegant, its apparel impeccable. And the way it dressed hid all joints and lines to its body. If no one were to mention that it was indeed a puppet, it would be hard to tell at all. Additionally, this puppet seemed to possess a special joint lines that would fade with time, potentially even disappearing altogether, or perhaps eventually make the puppet seem entirely human. The name of the puppet was known to almost none. Some folklore claimed it had spotted it appearing around Terasuna, while others mentioned encountering it in central regions of the area. Some even claimed that it would frequent the beach. Tales spread standing beside the sea, gazing across the waters towards Inazuma City. What it was that the puppet was gazing at was a mystery. As mentioned earlier, the 6 notes all document certain nameless eccentric. The eccentric, which I believe reads as the Kabukimono, is usually read in Inazuma and referred to the figure who dresses and behaves in a peculiar manner. It is understandable, therefore, why this character would have left such an impression. Should the people of Terasuna indeed have had a puppet in their midst, incurring a mass panic? Start again. Indeed, to have a puppet in their midst, incurring a mass panic. Yeah, makes sense. A good possibility is considering the coexistence between the yokai and the humans in the Inazuma at large. Then the puppet would have been very likely become a local resident. What is less well known is that the Kabukimono was just another title for this puppet, perhaps because it was uniquely dressed to distract attention from its more special characteristics. A workable theory, but one that still lacks enough evidence to support it. Still, it can be retained as an analytical lens of sorts. A list of individuals related to Terasuna has been compiled here based on historical documents of Inazuma, starting from the administrators. The records are as follows. Armory Officer Niwa, full name Niwa Ishohide. Okay, this is going to be a summary. He was the inheritor of the Ishin art and successor to the Niwa clan. His family Its family, along with the Akame and Ki I can never say his name. Kaidahara clans were together known as the Ishin Sanseku, I believe. Records show that Niwa was a modest and an intelligent individual who displayed remarkable talent in the administration of territory. And his eventual whereabouts are unknown, but is suspected to have left Terasuna with his family following the incident. The Viceroy Officer Miyazaki Kono. He was Niwa's second in command. His origins are unknown, and he primarily assisted Niwa in forging personal management. He was affable temperament and had many friends in the region, including one Mikosoni Nagamasa. That's Nagamasa he keeps mentioning, this guy here. The successor of the Mikoshi clan, adopted son of the Oni warrior. Okay. Mikoshi Sino, the younger brother adopted of the well, these words do. Mikoshi Michihiro, also known as the Iwaka. Just tried that, mess that one up. The Iwakura? Maybe the successor? With his mother missing and abandoned by his brother, Nagamasa alone bore the family name. Striving daily to wipe the shame of his history, through the records at state, Nagamasa was stubborn. Nagamasa was a stubborn figure. He was also noted as a person of moral virtue and integrity. It had been noted in various records that he practiced forging swords for self-cultivation, and specifically requested special instruction from Miyazaki to further his capabilities. However, after the famous blade, the Dator Nagamasa, was forged, he used it to slay his subordinate Katsuragi for reasons unknown at present. Well, not the cursed sword storyline, right? Subordinate Katsuragi's full name and background remain unknown. Despite all the materials I have sorted through, I have yet to find any additional personnel regarding him. One of the Mikoshi Nagamasa's subordinates, he was a loyal warrior who had been saved by Nagamasa in his youth. From then on, he swore to stick by his lord through thick and thin and give him his life in service. If you was to but ask him, Kibukimono, full name unknown, background unknown, from many sources I have compiled and combined with Rumi's personal observations, this character may have been the puppet mentioned by the rumors. Kibukimono was a figure of a fashionable grace and gentleness. According to the hidden tales, he was brought back from Terasuna by Katsuragi and became a member of the community. When the Kibukimono first arrived at Terasuna, he knew nothing of the cleansing. He knew nothing of cleaning and cooking, or any work of the meticulous nature. The locals taught him their skills over time, showing him how to clean his attire, dance, and craft small trinkets. Records show that Kibukimono was there when the Daitara Nakasamaga was forged. Though his trail hands before Mikoshi and Nagama slew Katsuragi, it is believed that the Kibukimono was indeed the aforementioned puppet, and that he quite likely had a hand in Katsuragi's death. It seems the rest of the paper remains unfinished. One thing is for sure, though. A lot of thought was put into it.
Sawada was encouraging me to follow his more creative approach, but I think essays should be grounded in facts. I don't think explaining everything away with mysterious forces will cut it.
I don't know, with the person you're writing about.
Oh, how about if I plug the holes in Sawada's narrative with political intrigue? Like, I could put a turf war between rival factions at the center of the whole series of events.
Wait, you're allowed to just make stuff up? Pretty sure you've gone from essay to guessay there.
Guessay? Yeah, sounds more like a novel. Does this guy have even written an essay before?
Akaba, look. Your teacher has researched this extensively. I've reached out to everyone I could think of. Whatever information we have now is all that there is to know. This is as much detail as you're ever going to get. Besides, if there really was a political power struggle going on at anything like the level you seem to be suggesting, what hope would we ever have of finding out the truth?
Good point. Okay, back to the drawing board, I guess. Give me some time. I need to find a new angle on this.
I'll leave it to you.
We have some other stuff to do, so we'll have to say goodbye for now. Good luck with your essay.
All right, thank you. If you find out any more info about all this, please do let me know. Thanks so much.
Hey, so that thing they were talking about, it has to do with the balladeer, doesn't it?
Yes.
Okay, then even if we did know something about it, we probably couldn't share it with them, huh? After all, we kicked his butt and got him locked up. Information about people like that is usually super confidential, isn't it? If you ask Paimon, Akaba should just pick a different topic. There must be as many essay topics as there are trees in the forest. There's no point in...
What's wrong?
Hey, did you see that? He literally just went by over there. It looked like the Balladeer. No, it can't have been. He got locked up. Oh, quick, let's catch up and see.
Make a quick change.
Just what will we come across this time?
Oh look, she's back inside her cage.
Traveler, Paimon, there you are. Nahida, bad news. We just saw the Balladeer strolling around in public. Did he escape or... Ah! It's him!
Sure enough, you're here.
Hey! What are you doing in the sanctuary of Surasthana? Aren't you supposed to be locked up? I know you must have a lot of questions. Please, allow me to explain.
The OBS, dude. What's going on here? OBS, please behave. Yeah, it still looks good. I don't know what happened there.
It was my idea to set the Balladeer free. We made a deal, and he's gonna do some investigation in Irminsul for me. A deal? Huh. You sure you trust this guy?
What did you expect? Why do you think Sumeru would keep me around otherwise? Or maybe killing me is all you can think about. But if that's the case, why haven't you done it already?
Don't flatter yourself. It was... Nahida said there's still some mysteries in you to figure out.
Ah, so if it were up to you, you'd finish the job? Guess I had you all wrong. There I was thinking you were just getting cold feet.
Well, that escalated quickly. Not a good start. Could I ask you all to please calm down? But Paimon's worried about you, Nahida. Don't let him trick you.
It's not every day you see people questioning the God of Wisdom's judgment. Just when you think you've seen it all.
Don't you dare try to drive a wedge between us! As long as the terms are reasonable, I don't think there's a problem in making a deal. Even with the Balladeer.
Well, I for one have no reason to doubt you, considering you even struck a deal with the doctor.
Yes, one in which I gained valuable information. You'll come to understand more about that in the fullness of time. The Balladeer's power was all but completely spent after your battle. He's no longer strong enough to be a strategic threat to us. That puts him in quite a precarious position. Plus, he's a former Harbinger with knowledge of many of the Fatui's sensitive secrets. Being stuck here in Sumeru could make him a sitting duck, depending on how the Fatui plan to respond. Wait a second. Former? You mean he's not a Harbinger anymore? I take no pleasure in saying this, but it seems as if the doctor had no intention of welcoming back a loser, so...
So he tossed you out like trash.
Sometimes it's you using them, other times it's them using you. Most human relationships are this way. Certainly all the stable ones are. That's how it was between me and the Fatui, and also between each of the Harbingers. So as long as you have some value to offer, nobody will ever abandon you. But after recent events, even I have to admit that I'm not worth quite what I used to be.
Really? What a crying shame.
Well, if the Fatui are gonna reevaluate my utility, I need to have a backup plan for myself.
As we discussed, I don't like causing harm to living beings, and you said you need protection. So, why not join forces with us?
I think these two have made their objection to that idea fairly clear, don't you? And they're your friends, so I guess you'll be siding with them.
Yeah, obviously! Nahida, don't listen to him!
Then let's put that discussion to the side for now. We still have time. Today can be a trial run. Where we go from here will depend on how well we manage to cooperate today.
All right, then I'll do what we agreed.
Good. Go now, and keep in touch.
Nahida, are you serious about this?
Yes. I have my reasons for this decision. In fact, I'm largely doing it for your benefit.
For me?
Yes. As I told you once before, there's information about your twin in Irminsul.
Oh, yeah. Actually, that's the whole reason we came to see you today. So, you have an update on that?
Mm-hmm. You may remember me mentioning that the Fatui had not included your twin's details in the Descender category. This is an extremely important point. It's possible that the Fatui have other information that even I don't know about. And since the Balladeer used to be one of them, he'll be better acquainted with this information than I am. He was granted the power to connect with Irminsul when he almost became the god of a new era. Even though he no longer has the Gnosis, some traces of its power remain in him. He can still connect. The amount of information in Irminsul is vast beyond description. Sifting through all of it without knowing what to look for would take too long, even for me. So I asked the Balladeer to search in Irminsul for any information about the Descenders. He's more familiar with this kind of information, and should be able to find it more quickly.
What if he lies to you?
Exactly! Or what if... Paimon just doesn't trust him! He's treated us as enemies every time we've run into him!
I understand. But sometimes, everything is dictated by which side you're on.
Yep.
How things will go in the future depends on what information he brings back. And Traveler, I know what your heart desires most of all. Our minds have connected several times before. There is a corner of your heart reserved for an intense longing. A feeling of being all alone in the dark, searching for the one candle whose light still burns. As Sumeru's deity, it is my responsibility to be on guard against the Balladeer. But as someone who counts you as a friend, I want to do something for you. If this deal with the Balladeer can give you the answers you've been longing to find, then it's worth it.
Thank you, Nahida.
It's my pleasure, really. You're Sumeru's hero. You've more than earned it.
Paimon's still worried about this idea. Is there anything we can do to help?
I was going to contact you about that, but then you suddenly showed up on your own accord. Seems like we have a telepathic connection. In fact, I was going to ask you to supervise the Balladeer on my behalf while he carries out the task I assigned. Even though he only has a fraction of his full power left, that's still a fraction of a former Harbinger. If you could accompany him, it would put my mind at ease. Of course, I'll be there to help guide you through Irminsul from the outside.
Got it. I'm glad to be able to help.
Great. Thank you. Prepare yourselves. I'm going to transport you into Irminsul.
Wow, it looks pretty different here compared to last time. The colors are gentler. Guess that must be because Sumeru's at peace now.
Look at that. Hot on my heels. You know, you didn't have to cut your catch-up short just to keep me company. Oh, but I guess you panicked when you realized that I might enter Irminsul ahead of you.
He just sent me to babysit you.
Shut your beak, jailbird! No way a prisoner gets to be so smug!
I understand that prisoners have to put up with harassment from the guards, but right now, I'm on temporary release. So maybe you should think about backing off a little.
Sounds like a successful rendezvous. I need to be quite clear about something. In a few moments, you'll be entering into the innermost region of Irminsul. It is an environment like no other, and the most important place in all of Sumeru. Unlike anywhere else, Irminsul's inner region consists exclusively of torrents of information. You must put aside your differences and be extremely careful as you navigate your way through. I know there are many grievances between you on both sides, but it is essential that you remain calm after entry. This is as much for your own safety as anything else.
Understood.
Fine, let's call it truce. But only until this mission's over.
Let's cut each other a little slack, shall we? We are going to be traveling together after all. Per my agreement with Lesser Lord Kusanali, I'll be at the front. It's my job to lead the way and get rid of any obstacles in our path. All you have to do is keep your pretty eyes open and try not to fall behind.
You sure are confident. Paimon will give you that. You make it sound like you're even more experienced at adventuring than us.
If there are no further objections, I suggest we get going. Or did you need some time to mentally prepare yourselves?
Ew! Ugh, the snark on this guy. It's unbearable.
There's no need for all the biting sarcasm. Focus on doing your job.
We can start now.
Irminsul access granted. Initiating connection procedure.
Is this a small sapling? Oh, darn it! Come on, let's catch up with him. Wow. So this is the inside of Irminsul.
It's different than what I imagined.
Ooh. Paimon's never seen anything like this. And it feels like a sacred place.
Irminsul is closely intertwined with the entirety of Teyvat. Every bit of information flowing here means something. Pick your jaws up off the floor. It's time to go.
Why is it that Paimon just wants to do the opposite of everything he says?
Lesser Lord Kusanali, we will now proceed to the heart of Irminsul.
Can you still sense where the heart of Irminsul is?
Yes. Permission to begin searching for information there?
Permission granted. Go ahead.
Let's go. Stay close. Don't go running off.
Hey, so, say we did go running off in here. What would happen? What are you smirking at?
I was just imagining the look on your travel companion's face if you went and got lost. Anything's possible in here. You can't rule anything out. So if you want to stay safe, your best option is to stick close to me.
unsettling things have spread out.
Those are all packets of information from inside Irminsul. Be careful not to touch them.
It looks the same in every direction. No wonder he mentioned about getting lost. Huh. What do you know? He was actually telling the truth. Is he mocking me again? What is it this time?
There's a time and a place to lie, but this definitely isn't it. So why don't you relax your guard a little? We're here.
What a huge tree!
This is the center of Irminsul. All the information of the world is flowing through it.
Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Good, you made it. Are you ready?
Ready when you are.
Then please begin. Preparing to access cognitive currents. Establishing waypoint.
The Balladier's actually doing what Nahida tells him. Guess he must want to stay alive.
Doesn't put up any resistance, and he seems good at working the front line. Maybe he had a similar role in the Fatui? First Akilver and Sawada's stories, now this. What a strange
The
individual.
rest is up to you. If you discover anything at all, make sure to share it with us.
Will do.
Huh. For once, we're the ones with nothing to do.
Traveler, Paimon, would you like to talk?
Nahida, is this a telepathic conversation?
Yes. I've also invited Paimon to join.
Huh? What the? We can talk to each other inside our heads?
I'm guessing you don't want us to disturb the Balladier.
That's part of it. Plus, we're all friends. There's nothing wrong with us talking like this once in a while.
Paimon's never tried this before. This is great! So, Paimon's been wanting to ask you something. Don't you think the Balladier's a bit of a walking contradiction? He's always talking back, but he seems to listen to what you say.
Yes, and he seems to excel at doing odd jobs for others.
As I've told you before, there are still some mysteries for him to resolve. Things that are clear as day to me, but that he has yet to understand. Perhaps today will be the day that he finds some answers.
Is it about his past, the betrayals, and the other events in Inazuma?
Well done. Smart and attentive as always.
Actually, I caught a glimpse of a few things when I ran into Hypatia at the artist. Yeah, I remember that. Relate what you saw in the Balladier's mind.
So, you made contact with that part of his mind. Well, it's true. Betrayal turned the Balladier into the person he is today.
Huh. Paimon thought nothing could get under that guy's skin. Turns out, he can get hurt and angry just like anyone else.
Everyone has a history, Paimon. Even if you're a puppet created by the Archon.
Speaking of puppets, we ran into two people at the Academia today talking about an essay. Turns out their topic was about the Tatarasuna incident. Nahida, do you know anything about that?
The Tarasuna, okay, that's how you say it.
If you mean the mysterious events, the Kabuki Mono and so on, yes. I know about all of that.
Really? Because from what they were saying, it sounded like lots of Tatarasuna's history is still unexplained. And most of the information we have now is just from people filling the gaps with their imagination. At least that's what they thought.
Oh? How interesting. Those two managed to deduce quite a lot through guesswork alone.
So the Gesse got it right?
I guess.
Well, they guessed right about one thing. Tatara Suna was sabotaged.
Must be a riveting conversation you three are having. Funny how all the good ones happen when I'm not involved.
What makes you think we're talking to each other?
Don't insult me. You're having a private conversation without me. Obviously, I must be the topic of said conversation.
We have every right to keep certain things confidential.
Of course you do. You can't have your prisoner knowing too much.
So, have you found anything yet?
Still looking. Don't get your hopes up, though. You and your twin come from outside this world. It wouldn't surprise me if there was nothing on either of you in Irminsul at all.
Wait, how did you know about that? Did Nahida tell you?
It's not like we've never met before. And anyway, you're world famous. It'd be more surprising if I didn't know a few things about you.
Every conversation with you is hard work, but your attitude is better than I thought.
Right now, we have to keep the peace. I'm not interested in creating more misery for myself, and making cordial conversation is something I can manage. Huh? Wait.
This light, it looks similar to those saplings. What could it be?
Anonymous data.
Hey, don't you forget the agreement! You have to share it with us!
Shh. Just wait.
Mr. Niwa, are you certain this is worth the risk? We are talking about Tatara Suna's furnace, after all. It may not pay to act rashly.
There's no one else who can enter the furnace. It has to be me.
Is that so? Well, since you insist.
It's...
Your name Niwa, the man in charge of Tatara Suna. I still can't say it. Plus he belongs to the lineage of the Ishinart.
Whoa!
I have been in Tatara Suna for some time now. You have shown me great hospitality, as has Mikoshi Nagamasa, and indeed, everyone else.
Wasn't too far off from the name.
Under your leadership, Tatara Suna is a warm, welcoming place. Like a giant village. People are gainfully employed. Their lives have purpose. They are motivated. As I understand, the Raiden Shogun has, in recent years, eliminated much of the evil that plagued Inazuma. As for Tatara Suna, it was originally established as a means of safely disposing crystal marrow. The forging industry with crystal marrow as a raw material has since flourished, giving rise to generations of swordsmiths. Some world-renowned, others unknown, all passing on their legacy. Skills, blood, dreams. Every smith brought into this trade looks to find their purpose between steel and blade. That is why you accepted the proposal brought to you by myself and Akame.
Yes,
okay.
well, were it not for you coming to Inazuma and happening to make Akame's acquaintance, the two of you never would have joined forces. And he would be the first to admit that there's no way he could have revolutionized our forging process like this on his own. At least not on the same timescale. You allowed Akame to take all the credit for a method that you jointly developed. He sold it to me, and now every piece of ore here is smelted using the new technique. Even now, you remain one of Tatara Suna's key consultants, working right here alongside us. I believe it is you, sir, who are truly responsible for the changes in our manufacturing and forging methods.
You flatter me. From the outset, I saw much that was commendable in the forging industry of Inazuma, and it has been my great honor to befriend you all.
So you say, Escher. But is this really the truth?
My good sir, what do you mean?
I tried to resist thinking it was all connected, because I didn't want to speculate, and I didn't want to believe that things could turn out this way. What have we gained from adopting your new technology? Ominous black smoke? Mounting production problems? Worker fatigue and casualties are up and continuing to rise at an alarming rate.
This is why you was killed.
And recently, as you well know, someone died because of that strange filth inside the furnace. We've kept the truth from spreading outside, but still, I suspect you understand it better than I do. None of the people who went out to get help have come back. Now, our mutual friend, the Kabuki Mono, is taking the Golden Feather to Narukami Island to seek an audience with Shogun. This is our last hope. But that doesn't faze you, does it, Escher? Nothing does. Otherwise, why would you still be standing there with that smile on your face?
I'm just surprised that you finally chose to be so sincere. I'm sure you've been harboring these suspicions for quite some time.
Mikoshi Nagamasa may have noticed that there was one common denominator among all these events. Namely you, Escher. But Mr. Mikoshi is more cautious than I. He does things by the book.
After all, Nagamasa is the adopted son of Mikoshi Torichio, the yokai struck down by the Shogun's own hand. If he truly seeks to redeem his family's honor, an abundance of caution is well advised.
You're well informed on the subtleties of his situation for a mechanic all the way from Fontaine. Are you sure you're not a little overqualified?
Why, Mr. Niwa, are you suggesting I find a job as a diplomat? Sadly, I am so very attached to my craft.
Enough, Escher. I'm here because an evil force is raging inside the furnace. And someone needs to take your new device inside the high-risk zone so we can absorb it and put an end to the problem. I'm in charge here. And I'm about to take some responsibility and head inside. Probably to my death. But what about you? What are you still doing here?
Judging from the look in your eyes, you don't seem to trust me.
Drop the act! We're past that now. Whoever you are, it looks like your plan to destroy Tatara Suna has worked. I just want to know what you're still doing here. What's left? Don't you have all your answers by now?
Honestly, I'm just waiting for the right moment. A moment like this, where you finish talking and I stop you from entering the furnace.
You...
You're a little smarter than I initially gave you credit for. I thought I'd disguised myself exceptionally well, at least for the first few days. But to my surprise, you had your people look into my background right from the start. It's a long journey from Inazuma to Fontaine, but that didn't stop them. Eventually, they managed to confirm that Escher was an alias, and that I was not from Fontaine at all. And yet, despite all of that, you still fail to realize my true identity, and what I seek in Tatara Suna.
Did you really think you would be able to see through my plan?
Oh, it is what I thought it was.
If you kill me, there's no one who can get inside the furnace.
So you're really going to destroy this place? Is that it?
We know he has lived for a very long time.
Oh, but you're quite wrong. There is one other person. Some may not see him as a person, but you told him yourself. You're not a puppet. You're a human. You're just missing a heart.
Whoever you're working for won't get away with this. They'll be found out. But this makes no sense. What are you really trying to accomplish by all this? Why go to all this trouble?
It's no trouble at all. Patience is a virtue which I have in abundance. This is all part of a carefully controlled experiment. If you must know, I'm happy to divulge my true identity. I'm a Fatui Harbinger. Call me the Doctor.
The Fatui? Who? What do you want?
Just to create a minor inconvenience for your nation.
That's it? That's why you gave us your cursed technology? Just to let loose the evil energy from the crystal marrow?
Look how even the righteous soul is filled with venom when faced with its demise. My device functions precisely as you say. It is the only chance you have of preventing a catastrophe and keeping the truth from the outside world. However, I did not make it with you in mind. It is easier for a person to be possessed by evil spirits when they are filled with hate. So give in to your fury. I want to see what happens when a malevolent heart is placed into an unsuspecting puppet. Make no mistake, even without you, that pure, innocent puppet would only end up being used by someone else instead. What other reason would a human have for befriending one who is not of our kind?
If you give him my heart, tell him that both Nagamasa and I see him as one of us. He has nothing to prove to anyone. Because not everyone just wants to use other people. The only ones who think like that are people like you.
What a beautiful way to see the world. It almost makes me feel a little guilty. Then out of respect for you, I shall redefine myself. Think of me as a monster or a demon, if you wish. At least this way your death is not a consequence of your own folly turning you into an easy target. You simply lost to something more powerful than you could ever hope to defeat. I say, Mr. Niwa, let's see what happens. Will your puppet friend become a human? No, that will prove quite impossible. Mr. Niwa? Already dead. What a pity. Jester, I have completed the task you gave me. Creating a gap and infiltrating Inazuma's inner workings. What fun it was. I'd like to introduce a puppet to you. If he proves useful, let's make him our newest comrade. And if not, let's turn him to dust.
Hey, are you alright?
Dottore? Dottore! Good. Good.
Was that the doctor? Did he turn into a mechanic from Fontaine?
Afraid so. He was the one behind the Taurus incident.
But why did we see things from his perspective?
When I touched the doctor to confirm whether he'd eliminated all his segments, I read this memory in his mind. You have to admit, it must be the truth.
Maybe so, but it means nothing.
Does it? But this memory shows that Niwa didn't betray you. He never meant for you to be the one to take the device into the furnace. You know very well what that means. Even more so than I.
His betrayal was a lie that he believed for hundreds of years. Was this part of the Doctor's experiment? If the betrayal never happened, it existed only in his imagination. But where does this leave him?
Let's give him some space. He looks really mad. Paimon doesn't want to be anywhere near him right now.
Okay, let's go over there.
We need to give him some time to process his emotions.
Paimon's still confused about the Tatarasuna incident. So, the doctor was behind it, but why has that gotten him so worked up?
Nobody has ever deceived you like that, Paimon. It's natural that you find it difficult to understand. Perhaps he needed to learn this someday. So now you have the complete picture. Katsuragi took the Kabuki Mono to live with the people of Tatarasuna. Later, the doctor showed up, disguised as the mechanic from Fontaine. And that's when the trouble began. It was all a horrific experiment planned by the doctor. Everything he did was just to plant seeds of disaster in Inazuma that would bear fruit in the future. Of all the unwitting participants in the doctor's experiment, the balladeer became the main test subject. After the events you just saw in that memory, the doctor put Niwa's heart into the device and handed it to the balladeer. Then, he instructed him to enter the furnace and absorb all the filth caused by the smelting process. The load was far beyond what he expected, but the balladeer survived. He left the furnace in sheer exhaustion and said to the mechanic, "This device seems to have protected me. What's in it?" The mechanic answered, "Niwa fled this place for fear of punishment, but he left you a gift. He said it's the one thing that you've been looking for." He took it straight from the chest of one of his innocent servants. The mechanic removed the withered heart from the device as he spoke. The balladeer was stunned that such unthinkable cruelty had brought him the thing he'd been longing for his entire life. A heart acquired through cold-blooded murder is a cursed thing, but it has protected him from the filth. He thought Niwa had completely betrayed him, and yet this very betrayal had ensured his survival. Overwhelmed with anger and sorrow, the balladeer threw the heart to the ground and left Tatarasuna without looking back.
Holy moly! So the doctor killed an innocent man and pinned everything on the victim? That's terrible.
Being betrayed and abandoned by close friends is sure to cause great resentment. Now we know what's behind the decision to take revenge on the Raiden Goken 100 years ago. But it doesn't mean that vengeance was the right decision.
Yes. Only if he understands this can he choose a new path forward.
Dottore, you brazen-faced... Niwa didn't run from justice. You killed him.
Shall we see how he's doing? Hey, you alright? That's a scary expression.
Are you worried about me? If we didn't have such a history, I'd almost think that qualifies me to be your friend.
We just want to make sure this doesn't affect the plan.
It won't. I'll keep my end of the deal.
Hey, are you investigating the stuff we want to know about?
That's why we're here. But unfortunately, there's no information about the Descenders in Irminsul.
Even if you can't find anything, that seems to confirm it. Irminsul does not keep records on the Descenders. Anyone who comes from beyond this world is not counted as part of Tevat.
Oh, does that mean we have to leave empty-handed?
Not unexpected, but still, thank you.
Don't thank me just yet. You look really upset. Well, since Irminsul was a dead end, I guess I can share some other info that might interest you.
Huh? About what?
The reason why there are records about your brother in Irminsul. It might have something to do with Conria. Apparently, Conria was his first destination when he arrived in this world. Plus, he only came to this world because the heavens responded to the summoning.
The heavens responded?
The Jester told me this himself. You can take his word on this. He was a royal mage in Conria, and lived with your brother for a time.
Jester, an Earth-Fatui Harbinger? Why?
I don't know the details. It's up to you whether you want to believe me. All I can say is, I wouldn't lie to you about this. Did you get all that, Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Yes. Astonishing news.
Does this info count towards my mission? It wasn't from Irminsul, but was it valuable?
Very valuable.
Good. In that case, I'll take some time for myself now.
Huh? What have you done?
Lesser Lord Kusanali was right. My power's all but completely spent. Even if I use all of the divine power left in me, I can't sustain this shield for very long. I shared a secret with you, and now you owe me. So in return, I'd like you to answer a question for me.
What do you want to know?
Give me your hand. Can you hear my voice inside your head?
Are you trying to brainwash me?
No, I can't do anything like that anymore. At most, all I can do is exchange a few words with you. So tell me, in this world, is it possible to change the past?
Wait, why would you ask that?
Done.
Huh? What the? What happened? Paimon only saw you hold hands for a second.
Nothing. I was just thanking her for helping me.
Wait, that look. Did he see me hesitate? But that was because I knew about Greater Lord Riku Devata. I think...
So long.
That was
I
fast.
suggest you get yourselves out of here quickly.
Can you press anything then? I can get to read that.
Hey, wait up! Didn't you say not to go running off?
Idea, stop, Paimon, we have to stop him.
Fast reaction time. But I don't think we'll be seeing each other again. From this day forth, the names Balladeer and Kabuki Mono will cease to exist. Those who died in Tatarasuna because of me deserve another chance at life.
Hey! Balladeer! Don't do anything stupid!
You know, I never did like insects. Hordes of the puny things swarming together can be a real nuisance. And I enjoy nothing more than to stamp them out like the pests they are. But if a colony of harmless ants isn't threatening anyone, I guess they deserve to be left alone. Luckily, everything can be set right. It's time to solve this once and for all.
Balladeer! Balladeer! Uh-oh, he disappeared. Come on, we gotta find him somehow. Oh no, he's really gone.
Oh, can you hear me?
Nahida!
Traveler, Paimon, Balladeer, what happened just now? I was suddenly cut off by some kind of power.
It was the Balladeer's fault. He shut you out.
I didn't think he'd be capable of something like that with so little power left. Did he keep some of his power hidden when he was defeated? Or did he achieve something beyond his abilities, and it took everything he had?
Where the heck did he go? Ugh, it's all our fault. We were supposed to keep an eye on him. Sorry, Nahida.
Don't be. It's not your fault. Please, let me handle this from here, even though I'm not sure I can solve it. We're running out of time. Follow my lead and get out of Irminsul as soon as possible.
We're out! And we're at, an inn or something?
This is an emergency. I'll have to ask you to stay here for now. Everything's arranged, and nobody will disturb you.
No, I want to help you. Isn't there anything we can do?
I'm sorry, but this isn't something I need your help with. Leave this one to me.
An emergency? How bad is it? Nahida, will you be okay?
Don't worry. If my assessment is correct, though there may be some minor disturbances, it won't lead to a disaster. Please rest and recover your strength here until I say it's safe.
Her voice has gone. Paimon can't shake the feeling that something really big has happened. What do you think the Balladeer meant? And why did he suddenly grab onto you before?
Anyone doesn't remember Greater Lord Rikadavata, and the Balladeer's question was a strange one. It's hard to explain in full, and the truth may be very well distressing for Paimon. Now, skip the part about Greater Lord Rikadavata for now, and focus on the Balladeer. You tell Paimon about what the Balladeer asks you and what he's planning.
Change the past? But surely that's impossible!
It's not easy, that's for sure.
Right! You can't just rewrite history. All that stuff happened already in real life. It's like, imagine Paimon drank all the water in this inn. Even if no one was there to see it, Paimon would sure as heck remember drinking it.
Yeah, great example.
So, why does Paimon still have a bad feeling about this? Paimon can't help but feel scared about what he might do. Oh, Paimon's so confused.
Maybe he wants to erase himself from history?
Huh?
Paimon, are you okay?
Sorry. Paimon accidentally... It's the Balladeer's fault for causing Paimon all this mental stress. But erasing yourself from history? It's unthinkable. Is that really possible in Irminsul?
Not necessarily, but maybe. I'm just guessing here.
Uh-oh. Paimon's head is overheating from trying to understand what he's and it's still not working. Ugh! Paimon's had it with that little brat. He's been nothing but trouble ever since we met him. There's no way he'll actually succeed, right? Otherwise, won't everyone who's connected to him be affected too?
Indeed, if the Balladeer does erase himself from Irminsul, many people in Inazuma will be affected. Can't imagine what the situation would look like. Worst case scenario, it will affect everyone with the connection to the Raiden Goken. Kazuha, Ayaka, Ayato, this will mean they'll all... Will this mean they'll all disappear?
There's nothing we can do about it at this point. Hey, have you got any ideas on what we should do next? Seems like now there's nothing left for us to do but to go to sleep. But Paimon's still so worried. Paimon won't be able to sleep a wink tonight.
Me neither.
So, how about, we list all our favorite foods to take our mind off things? Heck, if that doesn't work, Paimon's probably gonna collapse of anxiety here. Alright, Paimon will start. First dish. Munstack grilled fish. Oh, and chicken mushroom skewers. Tea break pancakes. Cream stew. Sauteed matsutake. And Dragon chili chicken. Almond tofu. Satisfying salad. Oh, also Adeptus Temptation. Golden shrimp balls. Triple layered consomme. Lotus seed and bird egg soup. And...
Paimon, what's wrong?
What was Paimon supposed to be doing just now? Paimon was, talking? Huh. Paimon suddenly can't remember what she was talking about. What was it again?
You're getting so worried about the situation with the Balladeer that you started listing foods.
The Balladeer?
Uh-oh.
Is that a food too? Huh. Weird name, though.
Someone doesn't remember the Balladeer? That must mean he actually pulled it off. But how did he have that ability? This doesn't make sense.
What's wrong? Your eyes are like saucers. Was it something Paimon said?
No, it's nothing.
So, the Balladeer. Is that someone's name? 'Cause it sounds like a nickname or something.
If this is really happening, I need to know what else has changed. Paimon, come with me.
Okay, sure. Where are we going?
I want to go back to Inazuma.
Huh? Fine by Paimon, but is everything okay? You're acting like this is an emergency.
Now's not the time to explain. Let's just go over there first. Okay, this is crazy town.
Okay. We've made it to Amanoma Smithy.
Ah, it's been a while.
Pardon me, I'd like to ask a question, if I may.
Of course. Go ahead.
About the Raiden Goken. Could you tell me more about that story one more time?
Oh. Now there's a question I wasn't expecting. Very well. I'll tell you what I know once more. The once renowned Raiden Gokuden comprised of 5 branches: Amenoma, Futsu, Ishin, Hyakume, and Senju. The art of forging practiced by these 5 clans was first taught to them personally by the almighty Shogun. Over time, the 5 branches diverged from one another as generations of bladesmiths honed and perfected their craft until they became 5 distinct traditions. Most of the great swordsmith clans of old have since fallen into decline, and for a long time, only the Amenoma branch kept its art alive. But fortunately, Kaedehara Kazuha recently returned to Inazuma and took up the mantle of the Ishin art. Now, 2 clans remain of the original Gokuden 5. If my memory serves me right, you yourself were present when he forged the Ishin blade.
Oh, yeah, we were! Paimon remembers that now. We learned a bit about the decline of the Raiden Gokuden then, too. It seems like such a shame.
What was the reason behind the decline?
That, my friends, is a tragic tale indeed. In fact, this was not made known to me for most of my life. All these years, I knew of those great clans' demise, but never the cause. Only recently, when the question was on my mind, did I ask Kaedehara Kazuha about this. He told me that, as we are both heirs to a branch of the Raiden Gokuden, it was right that I should know the truth. There is no harm in telling you, but I must warn you. It is a dark and sorrowful tale. The Raiden Gokuden were the targets of a murderous rampage by a vengeful bladesmith.
Vengeful? Why?
400 years ago, so I'm told, there was a catastrophic malfunction in Tatarasuna's furnace. One brave swordsmith heard the commotion and chose not to flee, but he rushed to the scene, hoping to prevent a disaster. Tatarasuna was home to a state-of-the-art forging and smelting operation in that day, and overseeing it was the armory officer. His surname was Niwa, though he had family ties to the Kaedehara clan. Knowing that they had just one chance to save countless lives, Mr. Niwa and the swordsmith leaped together into the furnace. The furnace quickly stabilized, but neither of them made it out. The smith's death, though heroic, dealt a devastating blow to his family's fortunes. His orphan son was left to fend for himself, and grew up deeply resentful at the world. In his heart, the whole of Inazuma was culpable in his tragedy. He hated the almighty Shogun for her apparent indifference towards his father's death, and he hated everyone who had done nothing to try and save him. Powerless and destitute, the only legacy he had to pass on to his children was his hatred. Generation after generation bore this grudge, living in utter misery. Alas, if only the story could have ended there. But 100 years ago, the then head of this family reached the end of his wits. He could bear their fate no longer, and yet he could do nothing to change it. Finally, he made a drastic decision to take revenge on the Raiden Gokuden. In doing so, he sought to vent his pent up anger and shake the very foundations of Inazuma's forging industry. In his fury, he murdered indiscriminately, killing even bladesmiths from the Hyakume clan which he belonged to. His goal was absolute, the devastation of all of the Raiden Gokuden. But when he came to the Kaedehara and Kamisato clans, his killing spree came to an abrupt end. He failed to catch them unawares. They fought back fiercely and they did not spare his life. That is why the Kaedahara clan and their Ishin art survived that day. I suppose they were the lucky ones, under the dire circumstances.
Well, you know, the riding Gokuton has changed. Someone else attacked the swordsmiths. It looks like the balladeer did something in Imbecile, but it seems Niwa still died.
Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
Have you seen Kazuya lately?
Kazuha?
Recently?
Why, yes. Just yesterday, in fact. We spoke for a while over some tea. He seemed well.
Ooh, he still exists. The same for Kaz. And he's the same Kazuya I know. Things don't seem as bad as I feared last night. That's all, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Don't tell Paimon. There are other places you want to visit too, right? Your expression says it all. You can't hide anything from Paimon. On to the next stop. Lead the way, traveler. Paimon will be right behind you.
Whenever I'm reminded of what happened back then, it always weighs on my heart.
I guess I know the next destination. Looks like it is that way, actually. Not quite the way. Over by a thing? Yep, that's what I figured. Kamisato.
We're here! This is the Yashiro Commission's headquarters, so...
Traveler! It's been a while.
Hello.
If you're looking for the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I'm afraid your timing is unfortunate. They're not here right now.
Are they out on business?
The Commissioner is out on business, and Miss Kamisato is standing in for some meetings in the Commissioner's place. If it's urgent, you're welcome to wait inside until they get back.
What do you think? Shall we go in?
Thank you. I'll take you up on that offer. Can we walk in the courtyard?
If it were anyone else, I couldn't allow it. But seeing as you're so close with the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I think it should be okay.
We'll be heading in then. Thanks!
Hello, dears. Is there something you want to say?
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions.
Of course, traveler. Yes, I know who you are. Miss Kamisato has told me about you.
What she has?
What would you like to know?
How are the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato these days?
Oh, they're both very well indeed. Lately, Miss Kamisato has been rather busy attending all kinds of meetings and occasionally paying visits to some local organizations on the Commissioner's behalf. As for the Commissioner himself, well, you know. Busy as ever, that much hasn't changed. Although, he does seem to be in a rather good mood these days.
So pretty much business as usual in the Yashiro Commission, huh?
Very much so.
Hayato is still the Yashihiro Commissioner. Ayaka's still the lady of the house. No changes there. Or as I can see, nothing's changed in the Yashiro Commission either. I was expecting as much, but it's still a big relief to know that the Kamisato siblings are both safe as well.
Well,
Both
got any more
safe
questions?
and well. That's all for now. Many thanks.
You're very welcome. In fact, I would love nothing more than for you to come and visit more often. But I'm sure you must be far too busy to have time for that. Miss Kamisato talks about you all the time. She seems so thrilled to have you as a friend, and she's always saying how talented you are and how much she admires you. I must say, many things in Inazuma seem to have taken a turn for the better since you arrived here. So you're not just Miss Kamisato's knight in shining armor, you know. You're a hero to us all.
Flattered.
I mean it. Whenever the commissioner dines at home, Toma always joins him. I always find myself at my most relaxed when I'm serving the two of them and listening to them chat away. The commissioner has such a busy schedule that he doesn't always have the chance to take his meals at home, but given the opportunity, he always prefers to dine here. They say it's because Toma's a much better chef than most. Oh, the commissioner is so fond of home comforts. They get to talking about you sometimes too, you know. Always with a very fond tone. The way one would talk about dear old friends around whom one can truly be themselves. Miss Kamisato occasionally joins them as well. Whenever the whole family gets together and they start talking about people they've met and experiences they've had, you always get a mention. It's been many years now since the late Mr. and Mrs. Kamisato passed away. Much has happened in the Kamisato clan in that time. As someone who is old and gray enough to have watched their son and daughter grow up, it makes me so happy to see them meet a dependable friend whose company they enjoy so much. So, in the future, if you ever do have the time, please know you are always very welcome at the Yashiro Commission headquarters. There will always be at least one old lady who would be delighted to have the pleasure of your company.
Thank you very much. I will visit again. Thank you. The people of the Kamisato clan are very dear friends to me.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Paimon likes it here too. Also, you were saying something about the food here being really great.
Of course, that got her attention.
Paimon's itching to try it. We may just have to invite ourselves around for dinner sometime. Paimon meant we should come pay a visit again real soon. Ideally around dinner time.
Of course. You're always welcome.
Alright, goodbye for now. Where are we going next?
To Tarasuna.
Great! Goodbye, ma'am. Don't worry, we'll see ourselves out.
All right, then. Take care now. Hope to see you soon.
Oh, are you two leaving already?
Yep, everything's taken care of now. Don't worry.
Very well. Safe travels. Goodbye.
Oh, great. There's a Outlander. Yoink. Not you. Got to be you, right? No. Xavier's busy. Did I not pick that up yet or something? Oh, there it is. Film notes. Oh, it's this thing. I thought I finished this. Hopefully it's not one of the doing days. This is going to take a very long break if that's the case. Charm, what sword you had? Okay, it's that one. Yeah, that's definitely gonna drown me. Okay, don't boost swim, because that's gonna kill me. I might be teleporting, like I boosted too much. Oh boy. Gonna be close. Nope, that's a nope. Well, I guess we're jumping from here. Oh boy, I don't like doing this. Last time I flew over an area like this, it dropped me to my death. This is the 11th time. I just don't get it. Just say it. What was the problem this time? Problem this time, Miss O'Hara, is that your performance now is just completely passionless. When I wrote these lines, my heart was bursting with an empty yet fervent passion. Yes, empty yet fervent. I need you to be patient. Use your voice to express this rich emotion. Empty yet fervent passion? What does that even mean? Wait a minute. Didn't the casting call say that the script was written by a famous writer? That's absolutely right. The story was adapted from a novel, written renowned by the Kayabuki... could not say that. And who adapted it, you might ask? None other than myself. Miss Kahoru, Mr. Sanaro. Sasano. I am very sorry for making you both go over this many times. But it's all worth for the artistic perfection, and such I hope that... Hold on. I only knew that Karuki Wiki and everything was submitted to the Yai Publishing House, always got rejected. He wouldn't accept that, so he started publishing his own novels, but not a single one sold in the end. Don't tell me we've been put through the ringer for 11 times for something that guy wrote. I've had enough of this nonsense. That doesn't look good. Maybe Kahoru's seconds away from flying off the handle. Let's go say hello. So, Xavier, are you guys filming? Long time no see. Ah, Amy, Paimon, my dear friends. How marvelous to see your familiar faces at a time like this. As you can see, the following is the 7th Samurai. I finally came up with a way to secure the necessary resources and shoot another film. The lead role hasn't been decided yet, but thanks to Lord Kamisato's generosity, the funds, props, and nearly all the early stage problems have already been taken care of. If you don't mind, could I ask if maybe possible at all you're in our agreement from before? I remember. Eh? Amy's a friend of the Yashihiro Commission? So, you all know each other. That's right, Amy was the first friend I made in Inazuma. The Fatui who dumped a bunch of work on me, and those non-communicative samurai don't count. If you made friends with Amy, I guess you can't be all that bad. Seems like Xavier's got some chops after all. We're very good friends. You really think so? Even though I never said so? I, for my part, have considered you a true friend right from the start. You aren't just a dear friend to me, you're my esteemed, reliable, true friend. Since we're friends, you don't have to call me any of that. Of course, and you're here at the right, most dire moment, like an oasis in the deserts of Sumeru, precious and timely. Well, so long as, per our previous agreement, you remain willing to play the role of the female lead in my new film? So, what would you say? Will you be my female lead? I would be honored. Paimon can attest to Amy's ability to improvise. We've travelled together long enough after all. Getting her to be the main character is definitely a win for you, Xavier. Absolutely, I have no doubt of that. Well, then, Miss Amy, here are the scripts for the next 2 scenes. Your scenes are Act 1, Scene 3, and 4. 2 and 3. I can read. I've highlighted your lines, so please take note of them. Well, it looks like much effort went into finding the right person for the lead role. I might as well give this one more try. Fine, I will too. Oh boy. Prelude. Outside the quiet countryside, the verdant ruins of Narukami, Uru, and Sasano stand back to back. We're speaking with their eyes closed. Sasano, the wind is coming. Where from? Don't worry about that, it's coming from. All you need to know is that it's coming from them. Where are they? That Outlander? They're already walking the path to death. Then opens his eyes and walks to the distance, holding Hora's hand. Scene 2. This is ours, then. Outside the quiet countryside, the Outlander. The two besiege the enemy. After escaping a great difficulty, they arrive in the countryside. Wounded, the Outlander isn't bleeding. So no, this won't do. If this continues, we won't have a chance against them. Or we'll have to sacrifice ourselves. The two rush into the frame. Outlander, how did this happen? So, okay, got to remember that, I guess. The Outlander wears a pained expression, but soon makes up their mind. But I won't lose like this. Close up. Don't underestimate my resolve. Super close up. Okay, so we got, how did this happen? Don't underestimate my resolve. What was in scene 3 as well. Outdoors in a stronghold, making up their mind that Outlander got the enemy stronghold. Hurry desperately, don't worry about us. Sano impatiently and loudly. Hurry, go without us. Yeah, Outlander spins around. Okay. Continuously swinging their weapon. I guess we'll have to do that. For an endless rotation of warrior becomes Golden Whirlwind. The Golden Whirlwind covers every inch of the frame. Each enemy caught in the Golden Whirlwind's endless attack suffers great immeasurable less than that of Tooth Decay. The Golden Whirlwind rapidly flings the enemies around the screen into the distance, but they land hard on the ground. The Outlander finally reaches the imprisoned Sasano and Haru, freeing them. So how did this happen? For that I won't lose like this. Okay, I'm just even remember how this thing works. Everything looks official. Paimon's looking forward to watching your performance. course you are. I don't know how to do this. Oh boy. You are straightforward. Be right back. Okay, let's try this again. Oh, it's not like I want to make things difficult for Mr. A. You've still got to be right back on, don't you? Yeah. Can't realize that. Not that. That's wrong. Don't do it, dog. Can you look as it is? There we go. I got rid of it. Leave that right now. Try this again then. It's not like I want to make things difficult for Miss Xavier. Anyway, I hope you won't have to do it 11 times over like we did. I'm going to have to because I don't remember the goddamn lines anymore. Hey, oh great, if I talk to you, I'm going to be in trouble. Excuse me, did you come to oversee our filming at my master's request? It was Fatoro, who was a little worried about you. She was. I guess I've not grown up enough yet. If I'm still making her worry. I'm sure all straightforward. It's not like I want to make things difficult. Yeah. Oops. I just read that a minute ago, and don't know what we're gonna do here. It's gonna be fun. Are you ready? We can go ahead to get a test shot. I'm ready. Oh, great. This won't do if this continues. We won't have a chance against them. Smoother, Mr. Susano. Smoother. These lines are just so awkward, though. We have to sacrifice ourselves. With feelings, Mr. Kahoru. Once more with feeling. What am I supposed to say again? That's actually what I'm thinking of. I think it's this one. How did this happen? But this script is really kind of awkward. But I won't lose like this. That's hilarious. He is how funny. Don't underestimate my resolve. Very nice. Excellent performance, Amy. Mr. Susano, Miss Kahoru, you two need to get over our script. The next scene is between you two. We need you to do better than this. Amy, we have a lot of battle scenes set up next. So you'll need to complete them with the extras. Try to use the flashiest moves you can. I have a lot of faith in your abilities. I know your performance will be stellar. I don't have a wind equipped, do I?
How's this?
Propagate!
Blade!
What are the signs?
How's this?
I should stay in the middle of the frame, right? Very improvising.
Say no more, my blade!
I see signs.
Speed of light. Nowhere to hide.
Solidify!
Finally, No.
Go home. Have your meal. No, 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 your line is hurry. Go on without us. No, that's what I'll do. Your hiking is far too stiff. Let's take another take. Oh, great. This is gonna be fun. I have to kill him much faster, aren't I? You're gonna make me do it all again? Yep, if this continues, we won't have a chance against them. Yep, this is the same. And then here we go again. Flash here, huh? What's this say?
Incoming.
Right now, Messi, you guys die.
This is order.
Don't blink. Ha! Germinate.
Oh, you're dead.
There's more. Let's get down to business.
Speed of light. Hey. Cut to the chase.
Stabilize.
Don't blink.
Very.
How does this thing go? Aha.
Solidify.
Have your meal. Yep. No, no, no. Your line is free. Go without us.
Don't blink. With sword comes shadow.
I'm ready.
Propagate. Barbados, guide us.
One strike will suffice. This is over. You win. This battle.
So, Sana and Miss Kahara, disappointed in both of you. The difference between these crude shots and a true film is like Mondstadt's dandelion wine and cider apple. Again, apple cider. One is alcohol, one isn't. They simply aren't the same thing. Heavens above, I just don't know if I can even how to describe it. You can't remember your lines. Your readings are all over the place, and you're not giving any emotion. How am I supposed to work with that? This is a crime against art. This can't go on, my friends. I'm really sorry that you're disappointed, but I don't plan on taking part in this. You can reprimand me or punish me, but I'm not going to keep doing this either. Mr. Sano? I mean, I know that there's been great issues with these performances, but it's a few more rehearsals can't fix. There is no need. We could practice 100 times and still won't understand what your script is about. I share the sentiment. Why would these two characters suddenly sacrifice themselves and run off the worthy enemies? No matter how you look at it, it doesn't make any sense. They are dragging the main character down. The lines at the end are awkward and I feel so embarrassed reading them. In short, I quit. Goodbye. Yep, that's that then. How could you? Mr. Sano and Kahara gone, we shan't have enough actors to continue filming. This is bad. Yeah, there, it's okay. I'm sorry for your efforts. I fear they shall go to waste now. It's fine. Let's think of a way to remedy the situation. I confess I'm at a loss for words. I'm going to Uyu restaurant for a moment. I need to be alone. I'm sorry. We'll talk about this matter next time we meet. Oh God, please don't be proud of another mission. Yeah, Xavier's gone too. Seems like he's in pretty bad shape. He must be taking the argument they had really hard. Do you think we should go and cheer him up a bit? Paimon remember saying you were a restaurant. Do you think we should go then? Let's go look for him. Oh goody. You found me. Okay, I'm back again. Yeesh, it reeks of booze around here. You're drunk, aren't you, Xavier? Let's go easy on the drinks. Let's drink. Oh, wait, no, I remember you saying you wanted to give something like give up drinking. You gotta say... Let's try again. You gotta stay on that wagon, okay? It must have been in my dream. Wasn't it just right when we were filming I was being questioned? Madly so. Eesh. Actually, I don't blame Miss Kahoru or Mr. Susano. They were very cooperative at first. That is to say, or I think it is to say, it's probably because I'm not that talented. Don't say that. You just need a little more experience. You really are a good person, you know that? Oh, you're so good. Here, let me give you a hug. Hey, wait a minute. You were drunk as a skunk. You're not going to take advantage of the situation and get chummy with us, are you? I'll kindly decline. I think you've had a little too much to drink. You know that film I worked on so hard before? Well, the higher-ups at the Tenryou Commission didn't like it too much. They didn't come out and right say it, but they were totally silent. Means they didn't approve. But I refuse to accept this. I refuse. Each time I was able to get funding from Lord Kamisato to make this film, so I must take this more seriously, don't you think? My dearest, most adored good friend, you're closer to me than a sibling. So I'll tell you something about me. I'm an engineer. But I think I can be something more than an engineer. I've read lots of books, and I can write stuff. I could also be a film writer, an actor, a director. I'm not talking out of my hat here. I really do it. Don't you believe me? I believe you. Great, I would kiss you if I could, but I drank a smidge too much. And my breast stinks. Don't get the wrong idea here, Amy. I just think you're truly my most dearest and bestest friend. My best friend, I must treat you to a meal today, and I won't take no for an answer. My dear fellow, we order food from you, correct? Come, my friend, order what you'd like. Try braised salted fish, please. That's all? No, unacceptable. You're my best friend. The best friend of Xavier. The man of Fontaine. Being stingy with my friends would damage my character. And I am nothing else but a person of character. My dear sir, we'll have try-flavored skewer, tonkatsu ramen, and whatever you serve here. Understood. Erica, one of everything on this for this table. One of everything. Yeesh. Soon after the shop owner brings piles it with food. Dear Amy Paimon, now this is what you call a real meal. Come on, let's eat for our dreams. Paimon's definitely knows I know that. Thanks for your hospitality. Oh, you're a good guy, Xavier. You're Paimon's best friend. Well, one of them anyway. How was everything? Simply divine. I could taste your rice and fish. A sweet, delicate aroma is just like what I'd love in my own time in Patriarch. Haha, that's so. I'm glad you liked it. Now, I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but your film you mentioned there sounds very interesting. Indeed. Could you tell me more about it? If you don't mind? There explains share the script to him as well. Oh. So this Outlander has a resolve to stand up and fight against the tough. Impressive. But to be honest, there's so little thought or hesitation involved here that this person barely seems human at all. When they meet the enemy, they can't beat or summon up the courage to charge away, and then they actually triumph. That's sort of daring, actually rather frightening. You're still young, Xavier. I take it you've never experienced such life-threatening situations before. Certainly not life-threatening, no, but this is my reason why my script has been criticized. Well, let me put it this way. Having identical experience is strictly necessary for writing a good story. From what I understand, quite a number of great authors are homebodies. Besides, if this no-nonsense sword-is-drawn approach is very Inazuma-esque. Since I've come to Inazuma, I should make films with Inazuma flair. Mr. Kabuki's original works was also in this style. And in order to preserve these unique elements, I've decided to honor the source. Ah, you mean the Kabuki? Interesting lad to be sure. It's you, isn't it? Just one of you, yours your pen name. Xavier, I'm moved by your decision, your dedication to the film. I can't help but be reminded of a story I once heard. Sitting in a restaurant, eating, listening to stories. This is so Inazuman. I love it. I feel the same way. Nom 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 nom. You guys go on. Paimon's going to finish up here first. Long ago, there lived someone in the name of Sesshimaru. So Sesshimaru was born of samurai parents who worked with powerful people. Well, they weren't powerful themselves, but they weren't too bad either. But these parents seemingly made a strange error in their work, incurring punishment and eventually submitting to their execution. Unable to accept their deaths, Sesshimaru toiled to find a samurai family that carried out the sentence. Truth be told, the responsible party did everything by the book. The family serving as executioners normally shouldn't have been blamed for the sentence they were ordered to carry out. This family was also acquainted with Sesshimaru's. Goodness me, this story is pretty hard to tell without naming names. But now, I suppose that family was responsible for the Wakamiya clan. To all good people of Inazuma named the Wakamiya. Please don't hate me for this. Now, what I was saying is, blinded by hatred, Sesshimaru decided to take revenge on the Wakamiyas. But by then, the person who had personally beheaded Sesshimaru's parents had already passed away, leaving the eldest son in charge of the Wakamiya's estate. This person happened to also be Sesshimaru's childhood friend, but now they had become enemies. This is a story of friends becoming foes. This is a story of a family following the punishment from above. It does like this before. Very clever, you hit it on the nail on the head. Paimon knows. Something awful's going to happen next. It doesn't matter if it's Mondstadt, Liyue, or Inazuma. It's always the same everywhere you go. Indeed. There's nothing new under the sun. People always lose themselves due to old things, I suppose. There are plenty of stories like this one in Fontaine too. Anyway, before action was taken, Sesshimaru, supposedly remembering the old days, took out a Temria and the sword, and let his eldest son of the Wakamiya family choose between them. And what does that mean? Now, how should I know? Sesshimaru was thinking. Still, I think that the Temrai, and the sword represented life and death, respectively. having made the wrong decision of Wakamiya's oldest son, had no choice but to accept being pursued and slain by Sesshomaru. What an ill-fated lad. But before Sesshomaru, I cannot say that, could come knocking at his door, an illness took him. I don't know if it was lucky or unlucky, dying of an illness or being killed by dying of an illness and being killed both mean dying either way. Who knows which they would have been better. It's hard not to blame Sesshomaru for his death. If it weren't for the former parents being bent on revenge, the latter wouldn't be needed to lay low until he fell ill. After that, the younger Wakamiya child immediately sought vengeance. Good grief, the cycle never ends, does it? Sasashi was forced into hiding himself in the mountains, before eventually disappearing. Some say Sesshomaru fled in the fear of the Wakamians, while others say he let himself sink into the depths of the ocean to quench his burning hatred. Whichever ending you believe, no one saw Sesshomaru again. To this day, it's fretful matters of hate and shame that would have flowed into the ley lines with Sesshomaru's death. Since this whole dispute has lost its source, just take "and all was well again" to be this story's ending. That's it. So, not even you know where Sesshomaru went? Yeah. All was not well at all. What kind of ending is that? I'm sorry, but that's the part I've heard it ends. After all, it's been a tale that's been spread from many places, with such vagueness is unavoidable. Back to the issue. You see, Mr. Xavier? You need a story with an ending that leaves people wanting more. Mr. Okamuzu, I must say you are indeed a gentleman of great insight. I wouldn't be surprised if the legend of Sesshomaru took place in Fontaine, especially on the legend's endings, where Sesshomaru disappears and puts an end to his hatred. That sounds just like what a friend of mine from Sumeru would do. I want to thank you for your kindness and the nudge you've given me. And it's not though this story's unique way of giving advice has given me an inspiration I needed. I think I know what was missing from my film before. Thank you, Mr. Alcomizar. This is for the meal. If I can manage to write an even better script, I'll come back and give you my solemn gratitude. I tell you what, I rarely envy the youth of the River Traveller. If you are to befriend such a person is a gift of the gods. You must be a special person, as well as someone that's been blessed. Good thing surely awaits you and Mr. Xavier. We're honored that you all appreciate our crew's work so much. It's only right that we expend our opening hours for you. After all, after you leave, we'll tidy up and have Erica go take a rest. Ricky says the same, I think. I can never find the door here, or is it this thing, right? I always go to that window, every time. This story's quite complete, but lacking some emotional turmoil. Xavier? What's on your mind? Heavens forgive me. I'm a real souse this morning. I left my friend in a restaurant, and I'm completely forgetting about them. I think I can write in a whole new, presentable script now, and give it one more shot. It'll definitely work this time. No, I'll make it work. Please allow me a little more time. Just one more day will suffice. I knew it. It's going to be tricky with those two actors, Miss Ko and Mr. Sun, who don't seem keenly on trying again. But I can't blame them either. I just have to think of something when the time comes. Can I help in any way? No. I'm going to ask you to do something for anything more comforting than having you here listen to me vent. My dear Amy, you're indeed a great listener. Miss Paimon, if my behavior is what's all... Try it again. Miss Paimon, if my behavior was at all untoward just now, can you forgive me? I didn't mean any offense. Oh, Miss Paimon, that has a nice ring to it. Alright then, the magnanimous Paimon has decided to forgive you. Wonderful, I feel much better now. Let's meet tomorrow at the Komori Tea House. I'll bring an even better script, you'll see. Xavier trots off. Great, now that he's so motivated. But now Mr. Okazura said, is it really okay for him to do it all by himself? He says he's going to write a brand new script in one day. That's a scary job, big job, isn't it? I'd like to help him. Maybe we should have let Xavier work out the script by himself. Paimon thinks we can help him with the actor problem instead. I'll go talk to the actors. Yeah, that should take his load off of his back. Yes, that one will be here tomorrow, knowing how these events usually work. Oh, maybe not. Maybe I've got to do that one still. I think that's going to say it's still got him. Oh no, actually, let me do it, I guess. Oh, food's here. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I didn't just eat a lot of food in like 2 seconds.
Sure.
Go to Tatarasuna for more clues. Not the big thingy over here. I'll be a yes. This is going to be weird, as he's supposed to be.
Well, here we are. But what are we looking for? Something or someone?
Do my eyes deceive me, or is that the Traveler and Paimon?
Xavier? What are you
Xavier,
doing
okay,
here?
that's good to know.
I was in the general area, and now I'm in this specific area. There, that's me. So what about you two?
We have some questions and thought you might be able to help.
Do you know much about the Tatarasuna?
Certainly do. I've researched the furnace here in some depth. If there's anything you want to know, just ask away.
How well do you understand the history of this area?
Like the back of my hand. Make no mistake, I have been here a good many times before. Not only that, but I've met people in Inazuma whose families used to live in Tatarasuna years ago. They said it's all true, the history here.
Go on, I'm listening.
Oh, well, it's a long story, don't you know? The tale of Tatarasuna starts a long time ago. I'm told that its history as one of the most foremost forging and smelting operations in the nation goes back around 1,000 years. Still, the furnace has had a couple of serious maintenance issues along the way.
A couple? When exactly?
One was just in the last few years, the other was several hundred years ago. A fun fact, I'm not the first Fontaine tech guy to come and work on it either. There was a guy back then too. They say he was a mechanic who consulted on a technology upgrade. It seems like the technological collaboration between our two nations goes back a long way. How about that?
Mechanic, huh? Like the doctor still sabotaged the furnace, leading to all the ensuing chaos.
Hey, weren't you gonna ask Xavier something about Tatarasuna? Come on, ask already.
I am.
Oh, I didn't realize you two were here for a history lesson.
Me neither. Paimon doesn't know what's gotten into this one today. Feels like we've been preparing for a history exam or something.
What brought this on? Did you just wake up today with a sudden burning desire for historical knowledge?
Pretty much so. Can I ask you one more question?
Sure, go ahead.
Have you heard of Kabuki Mono connected to the Torasuna?
A Kabuki Mono? No, I can't say that I have. I do know the word, Inazuman for those eccentric types who always go around dressed to the nines. Just the sort of person that I'd like to meet, actually. But sadly, I've never had the pleasure, nor have I come across anything to do with a Kabuki Mono where Tatarasuna is concerned.
So there's no more Kabuki Mono. Did the Balladeer really manage to erase himself from history completely? If so, he must have wanted to change the world and revert everything to the way it was. So far, it looks like the majority of changes have only affected himself. Thank you, Xavier.
Of course! Don't mention it.
Oh, we're leaving? Okay, bye, Xavier.
Till tomorrow.
Oh, you're most welcome. More than happy to help. Farewell.
Looks like you got all the information you're looking for.
Time to go back and see Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Sure, but what's up with you today? Whatever it is, it seems like it's really troubling you. Keep your smile, Spinal Crocodile. No matter what happens, Paimon will always be there for you.
Alright. Thank you, Paimon.
Come on, you gotta keep it together. Why don't you grab something to eat? You can't go facing life's challenges on an empty stomach. Alright, let's head off and go meet Nahida.
Good timing to do that, I guess.
Hey, it's them!
Huh?
Akaba, Sawada, you're still here?
Are you still talking about the essay?
Indeed we are. If you have a moment, we'd love for you to join us once more.
We have time. What do you want to talk to us about?
It's the same topic we discussed last time. Obviously.
Still looking for more info about Tatarasuna, huh? Should we join them?
Perfect. These two have researched Tarasuna's past. Let's hear what they have to say.
Unfortunately, we haven't made any real progress.
The article that you gave me last time to read. I mean, the article you let me read last time was great. Can I read it again?
Oh, of course.
Yet to be numbered, Akuba, strike the Tarasuna has always been a major pillar of his incident. Beyond the first two are vague, however I believe that there was a history between the events that transpired, hence this paper will attempt to analyze what has unfolded from the available data. Glossary in the Tasuna, writing Goku, Akuba, introduction paper. So that's the same. Go to themselves to the process of forging, however the woman has it. Centric mechanic. Okay, that's definitely a little different, isn't it? Oh, guess I've got to read this out then. Introduction to this paper continues to expand my works on my mentor, Mr. Rumi. In his reports on the happily hidden tales of the Tatarasuna. Tales of Tatarasuna, I believe that was a different name before. And intended to be a further avenue of research, according to the data of the blade forging techniques of Inazuma was originally handed down by the Electro Archon, also known as the Riding Shogun. Using the arts they inherited from the Archon, the people of Inazuma devoted themselves to the process of forging. However, strange rumors that do not quite fit the sturdy nature of the metalwork, yet linger about. The Tarasuna's smelting center, which was a center of the pillar of the forging industry. There is Mikoshi and Niwa clans, along with the eccentric mechanic from abroad, serve as free windows of insight that we need to investigate, truth be told. We need to investigate the truth behind what happened. Okay, that's very different, because there's nothing about Kabuki Maru. Strange notes from the Satarasuma area, contents as follows. Perhaps I overstep, but I think what's Nagamasa's mood grows better when he forges blade. Yep, his obsession was to cleanse the stain of the Mikoshi. Must eat out in Matsu's stain, I believe. The inspector brought a certain number of jade ingots. Was it jade before? I think it was. It's Katsuro. Who said its name? I still can't say it. Katsurugi, is it? Discussed matters of the smithing deep into the night with the Vice Samurai officer. Last time we last made a single Nagamaki, recorded the Totaro and Nagamasa. Gets the same Inspector Light Spirits, Viceroy officer. Nazuma was taken by the beauty of the Totaro and Maxima, but he drew a picture of it. The Inspector fell into a rage and slashed Katsurugi with the great blade and cut deep into his flesh. Cast his own Nagamaka into the furnace of flame. Nazuma could not bear the order and completely melted weapon with the furnace. He was horribly burned. That's the same. Nazuma died that night. I dare say that the Katsurugi may have committed a murder for something. I remember that thing. Kinjiro and Nagamaka drawing into the arsenal. Nagamasi was harsh, but also knows right from wrong, but even so, he is not amenable for a reason. His name indicates one obsessed with purity, and still I and some households of Tarasuna have not been blinded by the matter of Nagamasa's mother, Chiho. We trust him. I'm also unwilling to forget the joy of creating the Totaro Nagamasa with him. Okay, so yeah, I think that's the same. Before we withdrew, we divided the class into 3 parts. Yep, the inspector for the armory officer, one to be left into Tarasuna to prevent theft, but we were in too much of a hurry. Neither the inspector nor the armory officer could be found, so I was bold to hide the 3 pieces within the treasure chest of Tarasuna. Yep, 7 notes mentioned before. I'm guessing that's the changes down there. 7 notes prepared to do the Tarasuna area. Among the notes, 6 seem to be good physical integrity, although quite old. Well, the last one looks more recent. I believe the first 6 are from... Again, I believe they'll say it. Why, the last one looks to be more recent. I believe the first 6 notes and the last one are of different time periods. The gulf of the years between them needs to be verified. The contents of the first 6 also relate to each other. The incidents mentioned are consistent with one another. Now there's the Happily Hidden Tales, yep. Rumi Wrench mentioned in the Happily Hidden Tales, that was right, yep. In the past, researchers from Sumeru investigated the cultural history of Tarasuna and Inazuma. The place fallen into some sort of disrepair. The Hidden Tales was unwritten and improved. Things have improved since that time. I wrote my original article, regardless what used to be a major in the residents of Tarasuna, maybe living and dwelling in the waters. Yep, those residents were questioned by the old researcher Tarasuna's golden age centuries gone ago. Try again, golden age. Centuries ago, when it was administered by the officer Niwa and Viceroy Miyazaki. I can't say it again. Miyazaki, was it? No. Miyazaki? Something like that. The inspector, Mikoshi, Nagamasa, the elders and long, deeper tales of the region also seem to stress the fact that there were strange rumors about their homeland. Yeah, I remember that part. But this is what's changed. A great many of these rumors revolved around the yokai, who are so very characteristic of the Azuman history, folklore histories. A very small portion, however, mentioned the word outsider. It should be known that the appearance of such a character who is suspected to be based on a real person is a very curious case. This fact first drew attention to the researchers as they delve eventually into the following pieces of information came to light. foreign mechanic once visited the Tatsarasuna. Reportedly, the reason for his immigration was to exchange knowledge and forge ties with the locals. However, the mechanic seemed to behave suspiciously, often wandering around the central restricted areas, and if someone tried to turn him away, he would only earn incomprehensible mumbles from his lips. The mechanic often stared into the furnace, seemingly to check its condition. Unsettlingly, he also spent a substantial time around watching the local residents. Judging from the era, this was not uncommon to see. Cross-culture exchange of technical knowledge took place in the Tatarasuna after travelling across the tides. Foreign experts being welcomed in the region were likely not unreasonable either. Yet calamity came not long after this exchange of knowledge, which hints at potential causation between these events. However, some current residents believe that there was assumptions were merely results of the forebearers' overreactive imaginations attempting to theorize how things actually unfolded. You know, these are the same. Yeah, the Kabuki has been changed, but they look the same because they're all there. The mechanic. Long have I delved through the many texts of the document, but it was ultimately unable to decipher a spectre of a clue to his background. Still mentions the mechanic grew scarcer in the aftermath of the Tatarasuna incident. I speculate that instead of the mechanic possibly being a figure woven from the ripe imaginations, he actually did exist. And perhaps he even had a hand in the events that took place in Tatarasuna. Yep.
I presume you'll want to read mine as well. Here.
We're only reading yellow this time. Yep. Miyazaki hid his grin upon hearing this. Niwa released the lizard from his hand into Kazurugi's palm. More words were to be exchanged. Someone came walking nearby, their footsteps steady and confident. Their head appeared by the door, that one from abroad. The newcomers placed some lunchboxes to one side and nodded and made to leave. Katsurugi called out to him, "Sir, what about your meal? Are you not hungry?" The man smiled upon hearing Katsurugi's word. "I already ate. I hope that my lords also find time to spare for the hunger soon." "You're our guest, sir. To see you helping these trifling matters fills me with embarrassment," Niwa said with sincerity. The man smiled as if it was no matter, and then with a nod, he departed. And we got this part here, so he was definitely watching behind the scenes again, huh? Oh, this is the boat sinking, isn't it? Like a falling spear, the black cloud reached to the bottom of the boat and was joined in the breathless direction. Like a charging beast, they plunged into the shoreline, scant away, steps away. The mechanic laughed, slowly approaching the grand wreck. Not but half an arm was left on the one who cried for help, and with a plop it landed at the mechanic's feet. He crouched to better study the object, straining the urge to take a bite. He did not, for the dark clouds swirling down had already picked up the remnants of the ship clean. Yep, that's about the same story then, but now we know it's the mechanic. Yeah, we know. But then people require drips and drabs. And a second ship was sent, followed by a third and a fourth, to each to seek salvation. Did so under the foul skies of bleak fortunes. Reason dictated that they should not have risked anyone else, but the situation at Tatarasuna was severe. They needed to gain aid from Inazuma, even should it cost them more lives. That sounds about the same. Why in yellow? What's different there? I'll have a look back at my old thing, I suppose. The content has changed, and no effect of tampering with the information of Imsul. Baladia said he'd erased two of his names. If he really succeeded, he must have taken it all his might, but still.
Well, what do you think?
A masterpiece.
Hey, Traveler, remember how last time Akaba was saying how he wished he could gather more information about all this? Well, We just got back from Inazuma. So how about we tell them what we learned?
Sure.
What did you find out? Something big?
It's a long story. Basically, we have some friends in Inazuma, and...
Wow. So many new details. Thank you so much for sharing that with us.
Well, well. So it all comes down to one man's desire for revenge. Huh. You heard this from a member of the Arminoma clan, you say? Then I guess it must be true. Ugh. So there's no ghost story here after all.
This new information actually lends further credence to my hypothesis. Evidently, swordsmiths were seen as having an incredibly prestigious role in society those days, to the extent that harming them was conceived of, at least by the perpetrator, as a way of exacting revenge against those in power.
Yes, okay, point taken, you were right. But that doesn't mean I can't carry on with my novel.
Well, you're both technically right.
And they're back at it. These guys are really into this.
We've got some things to take care of. Bye for now.
Oh, so sorry. Look at us, prattling on about our projects and ignoring you. Thank you so much for the information.
You're welcome. See ya.
Keep us in the loop if you find out anything else.
Will do.
Great! I can finally move forward with my novel. But what a sad story.
I don't know what I was expecting, but I never would have guessed this.
Nahida, we're here!
Traveler, Paimon, how have you been?
Ugh, where to start? Paimon hasn't had a moment's rest this whole time. That night, we ended up chatting until suddenly the sun was up. And then she decided she wanted to go to Inazuma.
I was investigating the situation with the balladeer. Oh, hi.
The balladeer? It sounds like some kind of code name.
So she doesn't remember them either. Oh yeah, it's just like we're quite a lot of Kudavata. Oh no.
You look troubled. Is there something you need to tell me?
Even Nahida doesn't remember, just like last time. Any changes to Emerson affect her as well. The balladeer acted quickly. He finished erasing himself before Nahida could stop him. I'm the only one who still remembers things are erased once again. Am I the record keeper?
Traveler?
Hey, what's wrong? You look so upset.
There are things that have happened that only I can remember. I have to tell you the truth. There once was no name balladeer created by the Electro Archon. He was a puppet and lived among men. After a series of events, the Tatarasuna, the balladeer, thinking he had been thrice betrayed, left Inazuma to roam the world beyond. With no trust for humans, and only loathing for the gods, the boy has grudged for years and strength returned to Inazuma. To take his revenge, he tried to become a deity with the Gnosis and ended up losing everything. Finally, he entered Emerson and learned the truth behind the betrayal. Knowing that his entire life was built on lies, he did the unthinkable in an attempt to reverse the tragic fate.
That's quite a story. So, this puppet known as the balladeer erased himself from Irminsul, hoping that he could change the past.
But how was he even able to do that?
As the Traveler said, he very nearly became Sumeru's deity. Admittedly, I remember it a little differently. I don't recall finding anyone inside the machine after we defeated it. Nevertheless, It does make sense. If someone were to successfully erase themselves from Irminsul, the world would change to reflect the new reality.
Hold on once.
So, you believe this person really existed, and we just don't remember him because, well, because he literally changed the world?
Yes. Theoretically speaking, it is possible to do this. But I'm struggling to imagine the kind of person who would dare go through with it. The Traveler comes from a world beyond to that. That's why there's no information about her in Irminsul. And it also explains why any changes to Irminsul wouldn't affect her. So if there's anyone in the world capable of retaining memories from a past that has been rewritten, it's you. It's quite incredible when you think about it.
Could you say that again?
Paimon's having a hard time understanding this balladeer guy's motivations. Why did he do it?
I can only make inferences based on the information we've been given. As for what kind of person he was, only you remember that.
I'm really not sure. We're enemies after all. I don't know his perspective on all of this, so what can I say? He did something so extreme? Did he want to reset everything or save someone? Or did he want to completely undo his existence? Everything can be set right. It's time that resolves this once and for all. Maybe that's all there was to it. I still remember the question he asked. He asked me specifically, and my hesitation gave him his answer. I hesitated because I witnessed Greater Lord Rika Devata to raise her own existence. But I can't tell Nahida that. To put it another way, I know why the Balladeer was so sure it would work. But I can't tell them that.
Something else worrying you? Something that you can't share?
I just feel empty. Chose vertical option and yet...
It couldn't change the fate of the ones who had died, right?
Yes.
Once the Balladeer realized he hadn't been betrayed after all, it must have completely changed his view of the people of Tatarasuna. Now he saw them as friends again. He couldn't keep hating humans after that, and if he thought there was a chance he could save his old friends, it would be hard not to try. This story makes sense, every part of it. The Balladeer tried to achieve godhood with the Doctor's help. He was unsuccessful, but retained the power to connect with Irminsul. That power then enabled him to change what was recorded in Irminsul and erase himself, even though he didn't have much strength left.
Yeah, it does make sense, but it still ended in tragedy for his friends. It just feels so hopeless. He gave everything to do this, but it seems like he got nothing in return.
Yeah, he changed the world in many ways, and yet the dead still didn't get a second chance. Those fated to a tragic end could not be saved. What exactly did he want to fight back against? The betrayals of his life? Or did he wish he never existed at all?
Please wait a moment. I want to check something. Found it. This should be the one. It turns out that I have a strange way of confirming everything she has told us.
What is it?
A record from a personal collection. It was tucked away in a corner. You should take a look.
What any information presented to you resembles that of a fairy tale?
Is this a fairy tale? Who wrote it?
This matches everything I said.
I authored this record myself.
Huh? You wrote a fairy tale that somehow has something to do with the Balladeer?
When combined with the Traveler's narrative, it's clear that this story is an allegory. Everything in it is a symbol for something else.
Hold on. So this record survived from the past?
Yes. Any information about the Balladeer or the Kabuki Mono in other records will have been changed. But I wrote this story in a way that means it was left intact. Changing the information in Irminsul changes to that. But Irminsul can't change information that was well hidden in advance. I guess I must have written this story as a backup before the Balladeer entered Irminsul.
That's incredible! What a great idea!
And sending the Traveler into Irminsul with the Balladeer must have been a further precaution. I knew she'd remember everything. This story is abstract enough that it still resonates with the present information recorded in Irminsul. But if we connect all the different pieces together, the true story that emerges is the one she told us. The now erased life of the Balladeer. There was once a lone monster draped in fox fur. The monster found a family of foxes, joined them, and they became friends. The monster lived with the family day and night, and everyone treated it as one of their own. Once in a while, the monster would take off its fox fur at night and lament to itself as it gazed at its reflection in the water. I am a monstrosity, yet they are too foolish to see it. I pity them. But the monster soon found solace when another came to live among the foxes who was not their kin. A kitten, carved from the wood of a white tree who had been abandoned by the humans. The kitten too wished to become a fox, but its tail was too slender and it could not grow a coat of richly colored fur. Yet when the other foxes saw this, they spoke words of comfort to the kitten. Even without a tail and fur like ours, you are still one of us. Furious at this happy resolution, the monster lit a fire on the mountain. The terrified animals panicked as the fire spread. The only way to extinguish the flames was to make a sacrifice. A gray fox stood up and addressed the monster. It said, "You are the cleverest among us. Surely you can help us find a way to solve this." The monster smiled, led the fox toward the fire, and murdered it. The gray fox's heart was turned into a beautiful drop of water, clear, spotless, and pure. The monster gave the heart of water to the kitten, telling him, "The foxes have decided. You are the one who must be sacrificed. Take this, quench the flames, and die for your fox kin." The fire was extinguished, but the kitten lived. It left that side of the mountain and found a little bird who had a broken wing. The two promised they would spend their whole lives together, but the little bird did not have long left to live. It passed away soon after. After burying the bird, the kitten left the mountain for good. Never again would it cherish a single creature nor a single blade of grass that stood on that mountain. The kitten spent the nights wandering aimlessly, gnashing its teeth at the moon. How it wished to swallow the moon and devour the moonlight. If the world could only return to darkness, then it would finally be peaceful and content. I will become the new moon, the answer to everything. Then, no one will know that there were once birds, foxes, and cats in this world. And no one can know that they were different.
We solved it!
I remember now. This is not just the Balladeer story. It is his very own memories. I made a backup so that it would be preserved no matter what happened. To become a god, he was experimented on and modified countless times. It was brutal torture, and the only reason he was able to survive is that he was a puppet. This memory was extracted from him by the scholars. Presumably, they kept it to have something to defend themselves with. Creating a deity was just the first step. Some of them wanted to be able to control it. That's why they backed up his memory for later use. I buried it deep inside one of my own dreams, and then hid it inside an allegorical story so that it wouldn't be altered.
It's hard to believe that this person really existed, let alone that he tried to get rid of us on more than one occasion. Paimon has no memory of him at all. He completely vanished like a puff of smoke.
The balladeer agreed to help me look for information about the Descenders, and although he was unsuccessful, he still helped you. Before he vanished, he confirmed an important detail, that Conria was where your twin first came into this world. We still don't know how the change to Irminsul will affect the senior ranks of the Fatui, but in all likelihood, they won't even remember their own Harbinger.
Never had this feeling before. It feels like a life insignificant as a feather.
It sounds like Paimon wouldn't like this guy a whole lot if he was still around. But still, Paimon doesn't like the way it all ended that much better.
This is why wisdom alone cannot answer all our questions. We look, we see, and we comprehend, but the question still troubles us. So the answer is not everything. People yearn to find the truth and then conquer the troubles they face. When you give someone the truth, you give them a chance to choose their own destiny. To others looking on, this may seem like a pointless endeavor, but for him, the chance to act on his desire to disappear must have meant a lot. Never forget that even when we walk beneath dark clouds along a road filled with suffering, the light of wisdom is always there, guiding us toward a better destination. And that is what you have been doing all along.
Yeah, Nahita's right. Cheer up! How about we go get something to eat? We can pick up this heavy conversation again later.
Good idea. Paimon, why don't you take her out for a walk to clear her head?
You got it! Come on, Traveler! You need to get out of your head for a while. You'll feel much better after taking a walk. Let's go get a snack from one of the stalls in the Grand Bazaar! That'll be sure to lift our spirits. It must be really tough being the only one who remembers all that, but Paimon's always here to help cheer you up.
There's a few things I'd like to look into. You should go take a walk and try to unwind.
Ooh, crazy story. Been a while since I ran around this far. A wrong turn and die. Yeah, I believe I did. So we can go this way now.
What should we eat first?
I have a nagging feeling. There's something I'm missing. Something important that I'm forgetting.
Are you gonna answer or what?
I'm sorry, just give me a minute. I'm still processing.
Alright, whatever you want. Well, Paimon will be right here when you've figured stuff out. Then we can get something to eat.
Come on, brain. Let's dig this out. Gotta be in there somewhere. It was something about Emerson and deleting oneself. It's Lord Rika Devata, forbidden knowledge, Nihida.
What is it? Have you figured it all out?
Yes, that was it. Greater Lord Rika Devata. She said that no one can erase themselves from existence, not even her. Otherwise, why would she need to create a reincarnation? Unless Lord Kusanali. To do deletion for her, there would be no point.
Why'd you jump up all of a sudden?
No, I can't tell Paimon. She doesn't know about Greater Lord Rukadavata. This is a crucial important detail. It's simply not possible for the Balladeer to completely arrange his own existence. In which case, the question is, what happened to him?
Excuse me, boss. There seems to be a small problem with the last bill. Look, here.
Hey! Hey, wait!
You mean me?
No, not you. That kid. Didn't you see? Little rascal grabbed my last 2 fresh Sunsetias and ran off. Look, if you're gonna help out here, you can't keep spacing out, okay? What is it? Work's too boring for you? Or has the big city got too many distractions?
I wasn't paying close enough attention. Sorry, boss. I think you're right. Maybe it's the city. It's so exciting. It can be hard to focus.
Who's that guy? You know him or something?
That guy is the Balladeer.
He's who?
You're a strange one, kiddo. You say you don't want any money for helping out here, and then when I actually give you some work to do, you keep letting yourself get distracted. I don't want to take advantage, so I'm happy to pay you what I'd pay anyone else. But if you keep acting like this, pretty soon I won't be able to afford to.
No, please. I mean it. You don't need to pay me anything. I'm just so thankful you agreed to take on an outsider like me.
You're welcome, I guess. But I got bigger things to worry about. Look, we're all out of Sunsetias, and I promised the lady down the street I'd deliver a fruit bowl this evening.
Leave it to me. I'll find some more. Just a moment. I'll be right back.
Stop. I'm gonna level with you, kiddo. I've never met a worker who said they didn't want a wage before. And at first, I got greedy. Couldn't believe my luck. But I figured you'd start asking for something in return eventually. You don't want money. You don't take days off. And in your free time, all I see you do is wander around, taking in the sights. Are you a drifter or something?
That's right, I am. We can talk more about that later. First, let me get those fruits you needed. Sunsetias, was it? I'll be right back.
Hey, what do we do now?
Let's follow him.
Okay, stay out of sight. Don't let him see you.
Yeah, this'll do.
Even though you say he's the balladeer, what are we planning on doing? Stealing his Sunsetias? Isn't that a bit too cruel?
Shush.
Oh, alright.
This should be enough. Guess I should wash them before I take them back.
If I wasn't seeing this with my own eyes, I would never believe it.
Huh? You two over there. Is there something I can help you with?
He spotted us!
You've been following me all the way from the city. I'd have to be blind not to notice.
You're right, we were following you.
Have we met before? No, we haven't met. But you know me?
Yes.
I have no recollection.
It's complicated, but I do know you.
Are you absolutely sure?
Sorry, but I just can't take your word for it.
I can prove it. You're a puppet.
A puppet? What makes you think that?
Huh?
You were right! The look on his face!
I guess you do know me after all. That is not something I share with a lot of people. Look, I'm just a wanderer. But seeing as you've gone through all this trouble to track me down, I'm sure whatever it is must be important.
There's somewhere I want to take you.
Okay, but please let me deliver these goods to my boss first.
Are you really working for that guy? He said you don't want any more for it. Is that true?
Yes, I ran into him out in the wilderness during a storm, and he let me take shelter in his cart. In return, I said I'd be his helper for a while.
That's oddly nice of you.
Let me take these back. Then I'll come with you, okay?
All right.
Then let's return to the city.
Oh man, I'm still mad I was ill when he was a character to pull. Now I've got to wait a long time for his rerun.
Here you go, boss. I'll leave them right here.
Oh, you really went and picked some more. Who are these two?
Something's come up, and they need to borrow me. Sorry, boss. I'm afraid I'll be away from the stall for a while.
I was just about to pay you anyway. Go wherever you want, kid. Don't waste your time here.
What?
I get it, okay? You just wanted to help me out, to thank me for giving you shelter from the rain that day. Even then, I don't understand why you're so adamant that you don't want any pay for it. But look, it was pouring down, and there you were, sauntering along without a care in the world, like you had nowhere to be and didn't even care that it was raining. Imagine you were me for a second. It's a little weird, right? Why is this guy traveling during a rainstorm if he's not trying to get somewhere? And why is he taking a shortcut through the open country if he's not even in a hurry? But anyway, taking you in didn't put me out even slightly. You don't owe me a thing for it. Certainly not all this. Your time is valuable. You know, you should go live your life.
But I don't... No, you're right. Then I suppose this is where we say goodbye. Thank you again for taking me into the city.
Don't mention it, kiddo. I've run into all kinds of characters over the years. I just hope you find your path.
Thank you. All right, done. Thanks for waiting for me. We can go now.
Well, I'm walking up there, I'm not walking all the way back there. Oh lord.
What's wrong? Huh? Are you?
Hello. I do apologize for the sudden intrusion.
We found this guy in the street, but he doesn't seem to remember anything. So, yeah, quite an eventful walk.
You tell us, Locust Nolly, what happened in the Grand Bazaar.
You say that you are trekking across to Vat to train yourself. Many other Inazumans who describe themselves in this way call themselves Shugenja. Why do you refer to yourself as a wanderer?
Well, it seems more relevant in my case. To me, it sounds like a plant with no roots. But these two claim that they know me, and that I have a hidden past unknown even to myself.
I wouldn't call it the past, but rather... this is a difficult one to explain. I don't like to rely on using terms like this often, but in your case, it seems that it ought to be called, previous incarnation.
Oh, like a past life or something?
Yes, something far more distant than the past. So far away that you cannot perceive it.
Okay, I have to ask. What was I like in my previous incarnation?
Very different.
Oh, okay. I see. You want to tell me, but you can't bring yourselves to say it. Looks like I didn't have the most wonderful existence in my previous incarnation.
We're just trying to think where to start.
If it's that difficult to talk about, I have no doubt it will be just as difficult to hear. But I'll be able to handle it. Please, tell me the truth.
Is truth something you care a lot about?
Yes.
Then I'll be straight with you. In your previous incarnation, you did many things that would be considered evil. You nearly died because of what other people did, and many died because of you. As a non-human being, you hated gods and humans alike. You drifted from place to place, never able to settle, even where you found status and identity. You adamantly believed that you were missing a heart. Actions rooted in persistence sometimes bear bitter fruit. Sometimes, you have to let parts of yourself go, or you'll never be happy.
He tells the Wanderer about his past.
I gave everything I had, but it barely changed history at all.
In terms of the outcome alone, that's true.
I don't think I can judge everything I've heard purely in terms of right and wrong. Each choice a person makes belongs to a specific place and time, A chain of cause and effect. A cycle of karma and consequence.
That is the nature of truth. If one thing is right, its opposite must be wrong. And yet, dichotomies like this are not enough to explain the world in all of its complexity.
No, dog, where did you knock that controller?
It seems like my previous incarnation wasn't the most likable individual.
We're not trying to hurt your feelings or anything, but yeah, we weren't your biggest fans.
We were each other's enemies.
If we were enemies, why are you trying to help me find the truth?
This is so frustrating! This guy's supposed to be our arch enemy, but now he's just some random stranger we met on the street! He's got so much to answer for, but we can't make him talk because he doesn't remember anything. What a weird situation.
Lesser Lord Kusanali, as the God of Wisdom, I trust that everything you told me must be true.
Yes, it's all true. I can even show you the memories themselves, if you're willing.
Please, I want to see them for myself. I want to experience my own transgressions.
Even though it will cause your present self great mental anguish?
I'm just a puppet, with no heart and no name. There is nothing in this world for me to cling to fill the void within me. Except maybe these sins that can never be undone.
Very well. As you wish.
Wait, shouldn't we go with him? This one's kind of on us for bringing him here.
Don't worry. Whatever danger I might face, it's my burden to bear.
Traveler, could I ask you to supervise him on my behalf?
Okay.
Oh, good point. Given your, unique situation, we'd better keep an eye on you.
Understood.
Thank you. Now, prepare yourselves, everyone.
No matter what lies ahead, I'll face it. Whatever it takes. I'm just sorry that you have to join me for the whole thing.
You're right about it, getting back his memories.
It's time to get ready.
Oh. Interesting. Oh crap. Got to change her out.
This looks like Inazuma.
Right now, you're in a dream I created using information extracted from your memories. These memories will show you the raw truth, but be aware that enemies may react just like in the real world. Please be careful.
Sounds like an immersive experience. It's a good thing we came along.
You don't need to do this for me. I don't deserve your protection.
We never give up halfway. Well, we had to once, but that was your doing.
And now we're just finishing the job.
All right. Thanks.
Wanderer, this is the Shake Pavilion. In your Balladeer incarnation, this is where the Electro Archon placed you after your creation. You had a great many memories here.
Is that because this is kind of like his birthplace?
You could say that, in a sense. You'll see why shortly.
I hear footsteps.
This place is huge. I can't believe the landslide didn't fill it in. I wonder who built it. The Crystal Marrow Miners? No, there's no way. Look at this exquisite construction work, and so well preserved, too. No mining crew would be capable of this. There's someone passed out on the ground.
Who are you?
You're awake. What happened? How'd you get stuck here? Are you injured? Huh. Not a scratch. And these fine clothes. Who are you?
This man is Katsuragi, deputy to Torichiyo's adopted son, Mikoshi Nagamasa. He found the balladeer in Shake Pavilion and took him back to Tatarasuna.
And the rest is history. Well, it used to be.
In the original version of events, Katsuragi was ultimately killed by Nagamasa.
Let me get you out of here. Our people are nearby. Hang in there.
During the Tatarasuna incident, Niwa was murdered by the doctor disguised as a mechanic. The balladeer, then known as the Kabukimono, disappeared not long after. As the second in command at Tatarasuna, responsibility for what had happened fell to Mikoshi Nagamasa. But Katsuragi had sworn lifelong loyalty to Nagamasa after the latter had once saved his life. At Katsuragi's insistence, Nagamasa killed him to put an end to the Tatarasuna incident.
Katsuragi seems like he was a good guy.
He looks like a warrior, but he has a kind face. Why couldn't he live a long and happy life?
I should have traps.
Nagamasa, I found this young guy in a cave sealed off by a landslide. He doesn't remember his name.
Well, we need to call you something. I hear the workers are calling you the Kabukimono.
That's fine with me.
Katsuragi, report to Niwa. Tell him we have someone new joining us.
So where it came from, isn't it? Nope. Yep, there's the traps. While we're in here. Give me. Uh-huh. Had a feeling.
Huh? What are we doing back here?
I hear voices.
Whoa, this is where you were born? It's pretty, but there's nobody here.
I was abandoned, like you. I lived here for a while at first, but there's nothing for us here. We can't stay.
Okay. I heard my mom and dad used to make swords, but the factory manager died, and then my dad got sick. He kept coughing all the time, just like me. Then Mom started coughing too.
But you can't. You promised me.
Yup, we're family now. We're gonna be together forever and ever.
This child didn't have a name. Or rather, the balladeer didn't know what to call him. His father died before he could name him. After his mother died, the child stayed in their straw hut alone. Some of the neighbors helped to raise him. After leaving Tatarasuna, The balladeer ran into this child who didn't have a name, just like him. They made a promise to live together.
What happened to the child then?
He died from his illness while he was still very young. The balladeer came home one day and found that he had stopped breathing.
Hey! What's wrong? Say something! You promised me we could be family! You're no different from Niwa and all the others. You betrayed me too. The voices have gone. It looks like the memory ends here.
Let's keep going. Time flies so fast. Before you know it, Lanterite's almost here again. The people of Liyue must have already started preparing for the most important festival of the year, right? Hopefully Paimon will be able to check out tons of great food again this year. Anyway, let's go to Liyue Harbor and see what's up.
Interesting place to put that message, guys. That kind of a trap, I see.
You do realize you're blocking my path.
I come not to obstruct you. I've been waiting. What you are truly is a weapon, one that could be wielded with an iron will. Or you could continue to drift aimlessly.
Are you trying to win me over?
The long-fated rebellion has begun. Why not take your place at the banquet and join those who shall feast?
I'm one of those things I have to check, so there's explosions.
Another problem. Order guide you.
Speed of light.
No, die quick. Pick that stupid shield up.
This isn't good.
Incoming.
Oh, you got a shield above it. Yeah, about that.
Speed of light. Hey.
Well met.
No excuse
Nowhere
for
to hide.
Simon!
You can't run.
Scatter.
This should be fun! Go on! Give me a go!
I see through you.
Propagate.
Put your back into it!
Spring forth. Don't blink.
Killjoy. We've already That all you got? I miscalculated.
This place is dark.
Paimon knows this place. It's the Delusion Factory in Inazuma.
In the original version of events, the Traveler once encountered the Balladeer here.
Such a creepy atmosphere, and so familiar. Hey, look over there!
Well, well, my fair lady. Is this rundown factory and these incompetent fools all for me? Wow. You shouldn't have.
Huh. What do you have to gain from belittling your subordinates? You might not want to admit it, but you are a part of this plan. Perhaps you find fighting in the Abyss to be a more meaningful use of your time? Oh, but of course, even this pales in comparison to being experimented on by the Doctor.
Not gonna lie, did not expect to see Senor here.
What a sharp tongue you have. Funny how negotiating never seems to be your strong suit. For the task ahead, I suggest you keep your true feelings to yourself.
Save your breath. I know what I have to do.
I'm sure you think so, but I still think you need to hear it. Don't start thinking you're invincible, and don't let your emotions get in the way.
Surely you're not worried about me.
I just can't have you getting in my way. You and Child never fail to find ways to complicate things.
I'm merely lighting a little fire in this chaotic nation. But you, being tossed out like trash, must make you want to destroy it completely. Do you remember the last time you were here? That was a lot of swordsmiths you killed. I'm sure the descendants of the Raiden Gokaden are still suffering the consequences now. Look at you. Oh, don't get so sentimental. Now, give that poor little tongue of yours a rest and stop pretending like you're above everyone else. Bye then. See you at the victory feast.
Yeah, she's definitely going back if they're still using her.
Poor little tongue? She's playing with fire talking to me like that. Who does she think she is? Forget it. Someone might find me here any minute now. I should prepare to give them a warm welcome.
The plot does not end here. There is more of this story to come. Wanderer, are you able to continue?
Yes. Please don't worry about me.
Why are you staring at me in silence? Can't you think of a nicer way to express yourself?
I'm under no obligation to be nice to you. Besides, I thought nothing mattered to you except results in your own interests. Isn't that right, witch?
Muddle-headed puppet. You're only number 6 because you can take more abuse than other humans. Do you really count that as an asset?
You're about as much fun to be around as a raging inferno. But before we murder each other, it'd be best if we finish our duties.
Incoming!
This body. Are you here to play with me?
With sword comes shadow.
Let me amuse myself a little.
This is order. Solidify.
Probably get ready to do.
Scatter
Just do.
over here.
No escape!
Speed of light! Hey! Yeah!
Oh, she moved.
Leaving so soon!
Oh, and now you've got me.
No, we don't.
Cut to the chase. Propagate!
Oh,
Like
goody.
we've arrived in Sumeru. Is that?
Considering that Amorta's sage, Nafis, refused to join this project, I'll take part in the experiment in his place.
Welcome. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration.
When do we start?
You seem impatient. You should know that becoming a god is far from a trivial affair.
The biological transformation is a lengthy process. As such, I too would recommend that we commence as soon as possible. In the event that a successful connection is established, his body will become permanently bound to the machine, and he will be unable to move independently of it.
Nothing worse than what I've been through before then, Doctor.
You were the most resilient test subject I ever came across. Thanks to you, I was able to garner a great deal of information. Alas, after that, you were under orders to remain in the Abyss. We barely saw each other, and it became difficult to further refine the knowledge I had gained.
That was gracefully worded. Ever wonder what they think if they knew that nothing matters to you, apart from your crazy experiments?
I suggest you speak to me in a more respectful tone, Scaramouche. The mere fact of your utility does not make you indestructible.
The doctor again? That was uncomfortable to watch.
That person gives off a very sinister energy.
He's the doctor. He's behind all of this.
It's normal for him to give you the creeps. He scares the bejeebers out of Paimon.
Let's move on.
I guess now I know this thing existed over here.
You're a god. Do you think I'm evil?
If you accept that he is you, just as you are you, then yes, you are evil.
In your eyes, are there any differences between humans and puppets?
Do you think there are any differences between your present self and your previous and future incarnations? If not, then what are the differences between humans and puppets? Whoever has tasted the joys and sorrows of life in the human realm is human. Whoever has loved and lost, cried with grief, howled with rage at the tragedy of death that eclipses the miracle of life, they are human too.
I've seen enough of my past. If possible, I'd like to reclaim the sins that are mine to bear. No matter the consequences, I won't run from blame or punishment. Whatever I am due, let it come to pass.
Are you saying...
Can you return my memories to me?
Huh? But won't that mean you'll lose your current identity?
I've always believed that human lives follow a set of rules, with each person being a collection of past experiences. As a puppet living in a human world, my life is subject to the same rules.
Regaining your memories means reverting completely to your previous incarnation. All the emotions that you discarded will return to you. Are you sure you want to do this?
I've lived with the void in my chest my whole life. My creator didn't need me. And ever since I awoke, I've just drifted from one place to the next. But then I met you, and I finally realized that reclaiming my missing sins might be my one opportunity to become my true self.
Is this the true meaning of the greater Lord Rickardova's words? A person can't erase themselves? And even though the original balladeer is gone, this person will live on in his place? Or a person's sins inescapable, part of their destiny too?
I've always felt I have an innate tendency to yearn for something more, in a way that goes deeper than for most people. But for all my soul-searching as a Shugenja, I've never fully understood it. Looking at it now, it seems that I brought this curse upon myself. So I beg you, grant me this opportunity to gain a purpose, to change my destiny, and end my wandering.
Very well. Since your mind is made up, I will return to you that which is yours. You have made your decision. Now, take this.
Set him free.
A puppet? What's he doing here? You're a human as far as I'm concerned.
Everyone's here. Wonderful.
What a fine blade. Nagamasu will be thrilled.
This is my...
Is he alright?
All worthless dross will be purged. That's why this won't be the end. This is trying my patience.
Have you got all your memories back now?
Questions? Be more human! Behold! Too slow. At my command, you shall fall.
Oh wow, you're wondering
Swarm fury.
Is the guy up over there?
Churn! Behold! My endless cycle begins! Too slow.
Look at that.
The wind rises. Search for it. Quit following me.
Oh crap.
Behold! Upon the gale. Bow your head! Perish! Squall and fury. Churn!
Now please have phase 2.
Imbecile! Get out of my sight.
Yeah, your talks different now.
Disappeared. Did we win?
What did you expect? I'd never lose to that.
There's the tone of voice again. You're definitely back to your old self. Wait, but it was you inside that thing too. What have you got to be smug about?
Sorry. I'm harsh on myself and everyone else. Just the way I am.
Now that you've recovered your memories, the past will catch up with you.
You sound like you're concerned about me. But don't worry. Thanks to you, even if I didn't change a thing, at least I now know the truth.
The memory recovery seems to have been a success. This dream has served its purpose.
Come on. Let's continue this outside.
I no trust, guys.
Welcome back, traveler. Paimon, Balladeer.
It feels like we just went on a really long journey. Paimon's exhausted.
You don't like being addressed by that name?
It's fine. But I was just thinking, I should probably change it.
You won't go by the Balladeer anymore?
After learning about everything the doctor did, there's no way I can carry on using a name connected to him. I'm not planning on returning to the Fatui, and they wouldn't take me back anyway. Recent events will have affected a lot of people, and they might not even remember who the Sixth is.
So, you're quitting the Fatui for good?
Let's call it a tactical retreat.
It's like you said, Lesser Lord Kusanali. Everything may look futile, but it wasn't completely meaningless. At least I made a lot of people forget about me.
But that doesn't mean your own past has disappeared.
Of course.
And your main goal, for which you gave up everything you had, you weren't able to achieve it. I hope you can see and understand that. Changing the world, changing the past, changing the fates of other people, these are not simple things to accomplish. What you are looking for is complete annihilation. But this is just a fantasy. Even if the Balladeer is removed from existence, the world will not heed your will.
Indeed. How ridiculous.
Do you regret doing all that when you've gotten so little in return?
Even if I'm completely worthless, there's nothing in the world worth regretting. Lesser Lord Kusanali, you purposely left that information in Irminsul, didn't you?
Yes, and I took pains to make sure that you'd acquire that information naturally.
Why would you go to such lengths? You trying to win me over too?
In all honesty, your past experiences have made you a useful asset to Sumeru and to me. Winning you over was indeed a part of my plan. But before that, I wanted to tell you the truth about your past. If all I wanted to do was use you, then I'd be no different from the doctor.
Very clever.
I guess you could say that's one of my virtues.
Utility to others is what gives me worth. So if embracing my sins is what it takes to make me useful again, so be it.
He doesn't see you in that way.
Oh, right. I almost forgot. You're the good guys. You're into justice and all that. Sorry if I have a slightly different perspective on things, but I don't feel like I've been duped. The wisest leaders are fated to end up with the best helpers. I can live with that.
I'm glad you're able to think of it in that way. Traveler, in the future, I'll continue to search Irminsul more deeply and see what secrets can be uncovered. Including the beginning of your twins' journey recorded in Irminsul. What exactly happened before and after that point? I want to know as well.
Thank you. Let's hope we can find some answers.
I will try.
Traveler.
Yes?
After I dove into the information torrents in Irminsul, why did you go to Inazuma?
Because I want to know what you'd changed.
So that's how you found out whose fate had changed. And how. Well, whatever your reasons, you did me a favor. And I'll do everything I can to pay it back.
I didn't do this for a reward. Please don't make it sound like I'm extorting you.
Borrowing and returning are the only real relationships between individuals. I'll balance the books one day. Don't you worry.
Yeah, your next rerun.
That's not true. A relationship between two people is not simply a ledger that can be reset to zero. I think deep down you realize this. People who show up in your life don't just evaporate like water drops and leave nothing behind. There is no such thing as balancing the books. Some things in this world can never be brought back, and they can never be changed, which is why there is emotion in the human world. Everything that you feel is real and lasting, and whatever is missing in you will not be made whole. To be human is to live with imperfections. You can choose whether or not you want to be human.
But humans can't live without a heart, can they? Anyway, I gave up trying to become a human a long time ago.
You understand what pain is perfectly well, even without a heart. You're just bearing your feelings. The past is set in stone, but you can keep moving on. And the longer your future lasts, the shorter your past will become, until one day, it is but a tiny fraction of your life.
Sounds like you've got a future planned out for me.
Hope you can give Nahida a chance.
Everything's ended up being pretty darn complicated. Paimon doesn't even know where to start, but the most important thing now is that you need to follow Nahida. Otherwise, all our efforts will have been for nothing.
Then I guess I'll be helping you from behind the scenes from now on.
I'm glad that you've accepted our proposal. Why don't you choose a new name to celebrate?
Ooh! Paimon wants to pick an ugly nickname for you, too!
Why?
Because Paimon still doesn't like you that much.
Then I hope we don't see much of each other in the future.
A name is life's first gift. You didn't say it out loud, but I know that's what you're thinking. The Traveler and Paimon have helped you a lot. If you can't decide on a new name, maybe you can ask them for ideas.
You want us to decide?
No! Paimon only does nicknames! If it's a serious, 'cause the serious name you're after, it's all yours.
If it's a serious name you're after, it's all yours. If it's a serious name you're after, it's all yours. If it's a serious name you're after, it's all yours. If it's a serious name you're after, it's all yours. If it's a serious name you're after, it's all yours. If it's a serious name you're after, it's all yours. If it's a serious name you're after, it's all yours. If it's a serious name you're after, it's all yours. If it's a serious name you're after, it's all yours. If it's a serious name you're after, it's all yours. If it's a serious name you're after, it's all yours. If it's a serious name you're after, it's all yours. If it's a serious name you're after, it's all yours. If it's a serious name you're after, it's all yours. If it's a serious name you're after, it's all yours. If it's a serious name you're after, it's all yours. If it's a serious name you're after, it's all yours. If it's a serious name you're after, it's all yours. If it's a serious name you're after, it's all yours. If it's a serious name you're after,
Have you got anything?
Ancient rules, you can obtain. That's the change of your name character. The limit to how many times you can rename this character. Insane. Okay, I do not choose bad words. You know, I should change the Wanderer's name. Insane. My mind's drawing a blank. Gonna keep it as the Wanderer, but that's pretty cool that you name it.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I think this will do.
Oh, alright. If you say so.
There. Now you have a name of your own.
What about a nickname? Are you done yet?
Still thinking. Stop rushing me.
Take your time. I don't need to see you again until you've thought of one.
What do you plan to do next?
Everyone who manipulated me and made me suffer will have to pay the price.
You mean the Fatui?
The doctor, at least.
Now that your stance has changed, I believe your future path will change accordingly. But it won't be immediate. You still need some time to compose yourself.
One more thing. There are still some descendants of the Raiden Gokuden living in Inazuma. Some of them know. Well, they ought to know about the connection between Raiden Gokuden and myself. I don't plan to leave Sumeru for the time being. If you see them in Inazuma, please tell them that I was the one responsible for the Raiden Gokuden's downfall. Even though the events have been erased from the world, they still deserve to know the truth.
I see. That is up to you.
Huh? But if we do that, then...
It's fine. Let them stab their blades into my chest if they so desire. Maybe that's how it always should have been. No nonsense. I like it. Alright, let's call it a day. Goodbye, wise deity. And you too.
He's gone.
What he went through today would have been like living an entire lifetime in an instant. He'll need some time to calm down.
Yeah, true. But even so, after everything that's happened, he doesn't seem quite as fierce anymore.
There were bumps along the way, but it's all over now.
So we can finally go eat? Paimon is starving.
Oh, of course.
Thank you both. I hope you will find somewhere nice to go and relax for a while.
I've got it! I can end my novel with some words from Mikoshi Nagamasa.
You mean because everyone else in the story is dead?
Yeah, I heard that Mikoshi Nagamasa died at a ripe old age. He's the perfect fit to be the narrator of the epilogue. The dark clouds had dissipated, but they continued to cast their shadow in Mikoshi Nagamasa's mind for decades to come. Then, one night, as an old man, he had a dream. On the night when that prized blade, the Daitatara Nagamasa, was forged, the people rejoiced, and there was painting, dancing, and drinking. All these expressions of joy melted down in the furnace fire and turned into red clouds that rallied around the final sunrise that Mikoshi Nagamasa saw in his lifetime. Life is a story too long to be told. A journey that you must walk to behold. Akaba, thanks for inviting me to research together.
Of course, Sawada. Your creativity has been indispensable to me. Without you, I'd have scratched my head bald by now.
Look at the bench. Guess not. I'd be careful coming down here. Almost out of stamina. Oh, it's just a house thing.
It's about time we had a break.
Huh?
As soon as you stop, all the tiredness and hunger comes rushing back.
Rest up, Paimon. I'll buy some delicious treats as a reward.
Wow, great! Huh? Look at the vase.
What about it?
Did someone break it while they were cleaning the room or something? Like, Paimon doesn't remember there being a cleaner.
That night we stayed here, Paimon bumped the table after being startled by something to do with the balladeer and broke the vase. But the balladeer erased its existence. He changed the world. So why is this vase still broken?
You sound lost and confused.
That's a great question. Who is that?
I know why you are troubled. Any who knew of this would find their mind overwhelmed.
Huh? Is there someone here talking to us?
Unfortunately, the fate of Tevat cannot easily be changed. Perhaps a god may have a slim chance, but for anyone else, who can say? When a small animal runs into a tree trunk, though the tree may sway, it is not displaced. The same is true of fate.
The heck is this?
Like a vase that falls to the ground. Whether it is broken by a cat or by a bird, the result is still a broken vase, is it not?
Who are you? How do you know about all this?
History does not change easily, but human hearts can. Believe your own eyes. Only that which you see is true. What is unseen is but an illusion.
The voice has disappeared. And who the heck was that? And what were they doing coming out of nowhere and saying all that scary stuff?
Leave my eyes. Does she mean I should trust my memories?
Anyway, that vase is still lying there broken on the ground. Should Paimon go get someone to clean it up? It feels wrong just leaving it there. Just a moment. Paimon will be right back.
Wonder what else awaits me in the future. Great question. That was definitely a tease. We'll probably give him a nickname when I can think on it. But jeez. Was not expecting her to name the Wanderer. It begins. I'm just like a mission to do. Guess that'll be later. But I think for now I'm gonna have to call it here. Thanks for watching. I'll put it back on later tonight. Right, I'm going to end here for now. Goodbye.